Let's do it. All right. Can y'all hear me? Am I live? Good one. Good morning. All right. Let's go. Really sorry about how late we are today, but you know, WeWork's going bankrupt and we know why. This morning we couldn't get into the building, the cards don't work. I had to call some guy in New Zealand who let us in somehow into the room, so I'm not going to be playing that BK bounce, so just so everyone knows. Oh, awesome. What's up? How's everyone doing? Nope, there's only one mic on. There shouldn't be an echo, I don't think. Ooh, what the hell is that? Never. Ooh, I got you guys. Nice. Should be better now. Sweet. Where's everyone tuning in from? We're here in lovely San Francisco. Got some of my older students here, some newer students, and just a good mix of people. So we're going to pretty much get right into it. Obviously, we missed out on pre-market prep, missed the one play that we were kind of talking about yesterday afternoon that was pretty attractive in terms of multi-day moves, which was CDIO's potential bounce day. Nice little push there today. Nothing too crazy, huh? Nothing too crazy, but a decent little first green day for now. We're going to get right into the scan, all right? We're going to get right into the scan. 1 second. Got to quickly... That should help. Is that better? Or is now it too loud? Break some eardrums now. Is that better? Better? No, I don't want you guys to have to destroy your computers. Let me know. Good? So needy all the time and stuff. All right. Let's do it. All right. What a week, man. It's Friday. It's been kind of a crazy week for small cap, right? Today, let's pretend exactly what is actually real right now, which is I haven't looked at my scan yet. You know, everything got jacked up this morning. So we're going to play this game that we kind of played yesterday, you know, which is let's look into the scan. Let's see what we've got. We've got INVO, okay? INVO had a couple PRs this morning. Let's see here. Just the appointment of vice chairman. That's usually not. Oh, I saw something about merger. Oh, following closing of their pending merger. And they announced a waiver solicitation from holders of their stock purchase warrants. Yeah, if you guys are Wolfpack, just use the YouTube for questions and comments and whatnot. All right. Again, if you're just joining, sorry we're late today. WeWork sucks. So let's go. Let's look at some tickers. I heard, buddy. I'm sorry, man. They went. I know. We know how much they suck. We know this to be true. Oh, thank you guys. You rock. Appreciate it. Thanks, Primo. It's all right. We got you now, right? All right. Let's look at a few things here. Let's look at a few things. INVO is our top percent gainer this morning. Okay. They had news. Yesterday, they put out news. All right. After hours. We're on the 10th. They put out news after hours yesterday on this commencement of waiver solicitation, focused on expanding access to advanced fertility treatment worldwide. That's what INVO is, okay? And the intravaginal culture. And the I know there was a culture there, okay. Intravaginal culture, procedure it enables, the procedure it enables, sorry guys. It's soliciting waivers from holders of their common stock warrants dated August 8th. Exercise, cash payment, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Previously announced proposed merger with Naya Biosciences. So they mentioned this merger news and some waiver of warrants, it looks like. But at the end of the day, it had a really, really nice reversal this morning, you know? Shorts undoubtedly step in, like we talked about yesterday. This is like, 101. But short step in through those highs that we talked about yesterday, right? All the noobs get trapped there. All the crappy traders get trapped there. Had we been at least here for pre-market, which unfortunately we weren't, we would have done this sort of thing, right? Pretty simple. Just basic stuff here, right? These couple regions, maybe there. Into open, right? You get the high day break. That's a no, never for me. Ever, never do I buy that, ever. Except once in like a million trades maybe, and then even then I don't do it then, if that makes sense. Like, and I am completely reprogrammed. That was all I used to look for. This is like the main thing I make sure to not do is buy that, no matter what. Okay, candles like that, especially first minute of the day. You can see biggest volume of the day by far was that candle as they stuff into those levels. Okay. Then they pulled it. Looks like they halted it, huh? Halt down. Halt down. Halt up afterwards, right? So nice little one hold. Nothing was perfect there. We get into this game in the morning that we talked about. Here's the issue for me. We get into this game in the morning, right? We find our low. If I deem that to like maybe be the post halt low, and that's a low for the day, or at least for the morning, okay? Then it becomes risk reward to get back to these highs. I'm not specifically personally looking for squeeze on my trades. I'm looking for good risk reward given the range that the stock gives me, that I can then take a single, a double, and then maybe have some shares for that squeeze, Unless the conviction is super high, unless there's a reason for me to not be selling into high a day and believing that this stock is going to go through pre-market highs, okay? Nice push there. Okay, really nice push there. Halt up. Squeeze these early shorts. Well over VWAP now. So there will be people, you know, you could look at this chart and say, this idea, right? This will be a popular idea right now amongst all of the people who have FOMO on this ticker, right? Because there are people who haven't traded it. There are people who lost on this morning. You know, they bought that high at daybreak. A lot of noobs probably lost here. Maybe they conceded. If they didn't concede on this play, right? And the fact that this just happened, a lot of those people are going to do this again tomorrow. You know what I mean? Like sweet trade. Not really, in my eyes. We already know kind of what we talked about yesterday in terms of the risk and reward involved. So a lot of people will see this. I always am going to look at this more like that in my head when the stock is trading in this area. All right, we took macro first. I can trade price action. I can trade the little bits of support and resistance that form on the chart, or the lot of bit of it, okay? But what are they trading today? They've done 52.5 million shares, okay? And the first, what time is it here on the West Coast right now? First hour and a half, right? Crap ton of volume. Crap ton of volume. Usually tells me there's going to be some funky algorithmic stuff going on as per usual. So it wouldn't be surprising for me to see them break down VWAP, screw with, you know, shake out all the chasers, shake out all these chasers. Anyone who's bought right now, by the way, for the last, what, hour, 45 minutes is sitting here like shit if they didn't sell. You know what I'm saying? Anyone who bought it specifically right now at this point in the pattern, you're going to see your buck 70s, your buck 80s, your buck 90 buyers, these chasers that chase through the highs here, noobs, right? Right there too. That's where they all are. And right now they're like shit. And this is why this is the kind of area for me. Can I play it and find tight risk reward? And if it holds up, you know, get good risk reward back to highs? Absolutely. Could I do that? Do I like to do that? Absolutely not. Because again, edge wise, where's my edge if I'm just dip buying with the rest of the dip buyers right now? You know, edge to me these days has been really being positional and being able to sell in these areas to everyone else. Maybe if anything else, averaging up from a good dip buy this morning, you know, if anything else at this point, that would be the kind of idea. If I was taking profits like I should, take profits into two for sure, you know. That would be the idea. Does that make sense? So, and this is the point that I've been kind of trying to get through to you guys who like to trade higher in the moves and risk the last dip and stuff like that. There's no, especially these days, that hardly works. It hardly works. They're going to stop when they turn the stock, and if it's an algorithm and they turn it, they are going to run it to lows, or they're going to grind it. They're going to walk it down to lows, you know? They're going to walk it down there. They're going to keep you in it because there's no big panic. Maybe you add some at VWAP and then they snap VWAP. They shake out all the VWAP buyers. They bring in more short sellers. This is how the algorithms work, man. HFTs in particular that need the volume to keep churning and churning. That's how it works. That's why you see levels that you think are like super solid levels because it's triple bottomed or like, you know, double bottom, high or low. And then you see them snap. Everyone gets stopped there. Usually a lot of volume, right? So that being said, a stock like this that's nice and strong, you know, we're kind of, what are we? Hour and a half, 2 hours into the day almost. 9, 8. It's 11 East Coast right now. Okay. I'm all messed up from the traveling. So In other words, I'm going to let this kind of shake out. I'm going to let whoever chased get shaken out here potentially. And let's get a little bit macro on this one too. What's going on here? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I remember these guys and their products. These guys are the ones with the intravaginal stuff, right? So fucking mature. All right. Great company. All right. Nice. All right. Anyways, just preventing babies from being born, this company, is that what they do? Or no, they're fertility. Are they fertility? They make babies be born? They probably do both, to be honest. All these fucking companies, they're, you know, which one you want? We got both the drugs for you. Actually, take this drug so you can't have babies, and then when you can't actually have babies, when you want to have babies because of this drug, we got a drug to help you actually have babies. You know, it's crazy, bro. Biotechs. All right. So that's the idea for me. The idea for me is to kind of let this set up over the next hour, 2 hours, and see what they're gonna do. See if they're gonna hold this. I don't think they will. Maybe they do. You know, how many really, really clean just VWAP hold charts have we seen this year? Hardly any. Especially if they're trading volume. You know, the float, it says it's a 2.4 million share float. This one has at least traded in a 100% range, basically from lows at $1 to the highs at 2. You know, there's like, that made a really good move for the volume. All right. But a lot of that move had to do with it. They halted down and then halted it up. Right. So, and it hasn't traded that much, in other words, during that period. So we will see what they do with it. The game for me is going to be just be super patient. Let them do whatever they're going to do with these levels over the next hour or so. You know, that being said, I don't know if you guys noticed the last 2 days we've seen early morning reversals, like those ones that we haven't gotten in a while. My favorite bread and butter reversals. We've been, I mean, what was yesterday's? That was on a penny stock though, wasn't it? They had a pretty one, right? So here's their reversal. Am I? Yeah, you guys have my. That's their pre-market. Here was their open yesterday. It was a pretty quick one, but really pretty one for me, the way I like to see them like that. ASTR. Yeah, when's the last time we've seen a reversal that pretty in the first 7, 8, 10 minutes of the day? You know, not many of them. Most of these, what we've seen on gap and crap reversals, and the reason I've laid off of them for a while, the early morning ones at least, they get stuffed into these areas. This area here, and then specifically in the VWAP too, they usually like to fade. So it was really good to see that. That brings me to a couple other tickers. Let's get into MRAI, which is on the scan at the moment. MRAI gapped up yesterday. Small market cap. They had an 8K. Departure of officers, blah, blah, blah. Sorry, y'all. If you're in chat right now, I'm not looking at you so much. I'll open up to Q&A in a second and kind of get to you guys too. Just to let you know. Okay. For the stream idea, for you guys at home, at least, it should be more like fly on the wall style, just to let you know, and trying to work with the people who are here to see me more than you. So MRAI, I mean, 30-minute. What I've been doing for reversals, y'all, is this idea of being more patient. I've had to. We talked about this. Once the top's been set on these ones and they are the morning faders, it's been taking a while for them to find their footing. This one is a bit here for me, right? In a pretty key area, just based off of the action that it's traded over the last few days or over the last day, right? Again, I throw these lines on my charts, but they're regions. It's never, at least in my head, the one top that makes sense there. If you look back, we've got some clear issues with 85 cents, even though this is pre-market, okay, and after hours. It's still key to me. They broke that little bit of pre-market support down barely and bounced pretty hard off that level, rejected VWAP, right? So, I mean, pretty kind of clear stuff going on here in my eyes, right? Now, same idea. Sorry, 1 second. Healy. Sorry. Some of you may get that, probably not. Huh? Okay, anyways, for context, this is for like any of the reversals I'm trading these days. If it's on a 5-minute time frame, if it's on a 15-minute time frame, if it's on a 1-minute time frame, when I see this low get set in, like I feel this to be here, okay? This is a level where if I'm getting stopped out here, okay, in this region here, if I'm getting stopped out here, maybe it's just dead. It's heading back towards green red. It's like the last little bit of chart. You see what I'm trying to say, guys? With 50 underneath, we'll say 50 cent is a pretty great wrapper and a pretty good level to now it's a good level. It is. It's a good level where it's one of those psychological levels. I'm not saying I just trade 50-cent stocks and will risk there, but in other words, I could see them breaking down low a day and maybe 50 cent holding or something like that. But for me, that's not the idea. For me, the idea here on this pattern is specifically this, okay? Is specifically all about this right here. We got VWAP up here at 69 cents-ish, the golden number. We've got the stock trading here, right? So if I see this low and I see this low and I'm like, I'm going to work these lows now. I think this is the reversal and I think this is my spot, okay? This is the biggest key to this setup for me over and over and over is that if we are well under VWAP like this one is, if high a day is above, pre-market high is above, which in this case, high a day, this was kind of an early reversal this morning off of that low already too. So anyways, high a day got stuffed into VWAP up here. VWAP would be a target for me here. Also, I've got to mark that level. That's high a day, okay? Which is right around VWAP. So it's this region I'd be looking to take profits into, the golden region of 69 cents. And this is really right here. This is the idea, okay? 1 to 4 is 56 cents. 57 cents, 1 to 3.3. Okay, watch this. And when we're talking about penny stocks especially, the fractions actually can make a difference. When you watch this tick up, half a penny makes a difference, and you can put half a penny orders in. I do that all the time. I'll put in my orders for like 5701, 5705, 5708. I'll do weird things like that. Okay. In other words, I can't fucking buy it right now because I'm chasing it. Does that make sense? I can't. Everyone else can do whatever they want with their lives. All right? When I say I can't buy it, it's not to say I'm not always going to say I'm not going to be trading this from this position, okay? But it is to say most of the time I'd rather just wait to the next time I see the bottom and actually get a good damn entry on it. You know what I mean? That's the whole point. The whole point of this is to give myself this beautiful margin of error on this trade where there's so much upside potential, such little downside potential, okay? Even if this goes red, green, red, look, right? See what I'm saying? Just from a visual perspective, does this make sense? Like when I'm messing with the charts down here, guys, this is green, red, okay? So in this area, just if I risked green, red on the trade and then took it to high a day, if that's my thing, okay? I'm still getting 1 to 2.6 from these areas, risking low of day or risking green, red, guys. Does that make sense? Does it? I really hope this makes sense. This is why I look at these like this. This is why, I mean, in my head, at least. This is why as these things creep up throughout the day and noobs get excited in areas like this, right? Areas like this. We'll just, right? Boom. Right here, right? If this goes like that and does this thing, this is where they're buying, okay? When I was new, that's where I would buy. I'd have no reason to even be looking at this shit down here when I was new. I would not even be paying attention to this. I would be watching, I don't know, what's INV. I would just be trying to figure out how to get an INVO probably and lose again because I probably already took an L on it. You know what I mean? Probably my third day trade for the week too. Anyways, I hope that makes sense. This sort of phenomenon here, you know, there are going to be people buying if it breaks over VWAP, you know, this whole idea. And in my head, all I see is diminishing risk reward, a diminished trade, a shit trade. Does that make sense? The higher this goes in the range, if you can get this through your heads, if you can trade from this vantage point that I try to take, yes, I miss out on shit, okay? All the time. But I also miss out on all the dumb shit that comes with all trying that shit. Does that make sense? When I'm chasing strength, when I'm chasing high a day, when I'm chasing pre-market highs, again, someone, don't know who, but someone on INVO, a lot of people, okay? Look at what they're doing. What are they doing? What are they doing? We just talked about this shit, didn't we? Right? This is what I see in my head when I'm trying to mess with it here. I would have just been stopped out right there, right? So this is kind of the principle I'm talking about. It's a perfect example of it. They break down VWAP. They take the stops. They're taking the liquidity. It probably is going to hold somewhere funky, you know? So here's what you really have to understand about all of trading in small cap especially. For me, it's a big deal at least, is that there's someone who is looking at this just like this right now and who is short like this. This is their risk. If it breaks out at 2, they're cutting, right? And good short sellers are playing this game. They're playing the opposite game of trying to get great risk reward with range to the downside. So to have range to the downside, we need range to the upside. Does that make sense? So in other words, that's what they're doing. The only level in my eyes that may hold at this point is probably towards low of day. Now they may hold it and, you know, they may just be cracking VWAP and doing some things here. Maybe this one doesn't get all the way there. But it goes back to exactly what I was trying to say in terms of strategy on this, because in my head, this is not dead, by the way. This stock is still up 100% and it's still doing crazy volume, $83 million volume, okay? $83 million volume. So they may try to hold these levels, some pre-market high levels, stuff like that. But just understand, you know, it's like Stranger Things. If you've not seen Stranger Things, it's Stranger Things has like that, you know, what's it called? The upside down or whatever. That's what it is. It's exactly that. It's like our world, but dark and fiery. Straight up, where they're just rooting for everything to die. Like Vecna. It's going to kill everything. Anyways, But that it is true. You know, they're looking at it like that. And I'm looking at it like this for them, by the way. Okay. So, and this dynamic is so important. If you guys on the stream understand, please let me know that you're understanding this too, please, because this is fucking important. As shorts are shorting lower and lower, because not all shorts are good. A lot of shorts are just shitty shorts too. All right. I know this for a fact because I have friends who are great short sellers who teach short selling to a lot of people, hundreds of thousands of people. And they're just as undisciplined as us long people. They're not better for being short. Some of them are better, okay? A lot of them, it's easier. It's very basic shit. Like I just showed you. It gets, like, here's the thing. If you're a good short seller, right? First of all, do you know how many shorts are right here using highs? Do you guys understand this? The lower high, the higher low, lower high thing. Lower high here. If you're a short who just was watching, think about it. You're watching too. You're like, I'm going to short this shit, fucking piece of shit, right? And then you see it go down to a buck, what? $1.50, right? You're like, oh, FOMO. Same thing, FOMO. So when this pops up back up to $1.80, they're like, yes, you know, thank God. They're rooting for it to go back up so they can fucking re-short it. Do you understand this? Or short it for the first time. It's a big fucking deal, right? So in my eyes, as they're shorting lower and lower, and you know, there's some asshole just shorted the VWAP crack right now. You know what I mean? Just like some asshole up here is going to buy the VWAP breakout. You know what I mean? This is how the volume flows for small cap, especially when we're getting big volume on these big gappers. And it took a long fucking time for me to figure this stuff out, where it's like, guess what? I have to frame it so that I'm not the one that's being chopped out and being used to move the stock where they want to move it. I need to be bigger picture. And this I'm talking with Sarag that has really cemented and actually helped me a lot over the last month and a half, 2 months. Watch levels break down. You think you see the level that you're going to use as support? Watch it break down first. You know what I mean? Because it's going to fucking do that. If you wait for 3 minutes, you wait for 2 minutes. Everyone's so impatient. And I get it. You want to buy the dip. You want to learn how to buy reversals. I understand that. But it's not every damn chart that's going down. It's going to go back up exponentially. Right?
Can you look at T-Con?
Yeah, I want to see this just keep fucking... We are going to look at T-Con in a second. But let me know if that makes sense to everyone. Right? This dynamic that there is a short seller who's up here with great risk reward back towards low of day. And if I'm short selling, which I am going to be short selling this upcoming year, that's one of my plans for 2024. And I have very specific plans on how I'm going to be doing it without blowing up all my money. It's going to be one account. The minimum amount that I need will be 30K. That's it. I'm going to have a max daily stop through the broker. Like, I'm going to make sure that I'm not ever in the point where I just blew up that account. I'm going to try my best not to blow that account up. The whole thing about short selling is that sometimes the best opportunities where you're supposed to size up are the most dangerous. And oftentimes it blows up all the shorts. You know what I mean? Even the successful ones, they blow up accounts. But the successful ones have the money to withstand blowing up accounts, and you just don't hear about it because they're not like on Twitter saying they just blew an account, right? So understand that. When you see TPST go from 20 cents to 10 intraday, a bunch of shorts who had just won 90% of their trades over the last 6 months, maybe are up 100,000, 500,000, a million, 2 million, 5 million. I'm not even shitting you guys. I know this to be true, like facts, hearing stories from brokers and stuff. Wiped all of it. Years of work on HKD, some people. 10 million, like the stories you heard were crazy. So that's all I'm going to try to avoid when I start short selling again. That's my whole strategy. My whole being as a short is going to be designed to do what I do as a long. Mitigate risk to the nth degree, right? That's going to be the goal. I start short selling and you guys will see Maybe check me if I'm in chat, like starting to turn into a dick and all that stuff like the rest of them to come at me. All right. Possibly a little turn here on INVO, you know, possibly. These are the levels that they like to hold. And when I say they, I mean the computers and shit that, you know, the matrix shit. You know, these are kind of the levels that they like to hold. But again, we'll see. This is another one of those things where maybe they bounce it from here. Maybe it goes straight back to highs. The question is, and this is how I look at this. When I'm looking at these stocks, what you want to do is root for it to go down. That's what if I want to enter a stock, right? If I'm looking for the reversal, I want to pretend, let's play a game, you know, use your imagination that you're short from $1.90, you got $2 as your risk, and every tick down, you're making money. So as this is going down and down, first of all, maybe I should be covering some into here if I'm doing what I do, long, short, you know, sizing out into levels that might bounce. It's not fucking rocket science. Highs of day from pre-market, okay, slash where they halted the stock, you know? So that's what I'm looking at. And I look at it like, okay, is it still weak? Is it still weak? Shorts, bunch of shorts, like I said, there are going to be shorts who are here, shorting this breakdown, guys. Again, they're everywhere. All right? The good ones are up here, in my opinion. I know there are some who just smash stocks and smash them. But these days, those people get wrecked. You know, the people that I know who are doing great are the people who are really controlling risk and using the range exactly how I am trying to show you guys how to use range to the upside. You know, like Alex at MIC and stuff. If you look at their process, when I saw what their process was, I was like, yeah, they're doing the right things. In my eyes, they're shorting into resistance levels, right? And they're covering into support. They draw lines like we draw. My little lines down here, you know, are blue and these are red and theirs are the opposite. This is blue up there. That's where they're going to be shorting. And where theirs are red, where they may, you know, where, at least in my eyes, are these lines. Does that make sense to you guys? It's just the opposite. It's exactly the opposite. So when I'm looking for a reversal these days, I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to pretend like I'm a patient ass short right now. You know, a patient one. Watch the levels break down. And that first moment, so now we've got a new low, right? Does this make sense? This is going to be, we got a new low setting up, right? We got a level setting up at a level, all right? At levels where they know there's going to be more stop set, all that good stuff. And we'll see what they do with it. You know, we'll kind of see what they do with it going forward. What time is it? 11:35. Okay. 20 minutes till smack dab lunchtime, East Coast. Yes, as my Forex people like to call that, they call those liquidity sweeps. Correct. They got the charges and, you know, they've got the market structure. The Forex people just renamed everything. Like when I watch their videos on YouTube about technical analysis, you know, they call this supply and demand. Support and resistance is just called supply and demand. They say support and resistance too, but that's the other word for it. Like supply and demand trading is someone who just uses support. Like, okay. Break of structure, liquidity sweeps, and all the shit. Confluences. That's my favorite. They basically have a set of like 10 words that they all know that make them sound really fucking smart. But it's just another word for lines on a chart, you know? I'm cool with it though. You know, I really do, at least from a technical analysis standpoint, since that's all they do, and I believe the ones that's all they do personally, I question all that they do. But the ones who have macro You know, it's all macro. If someone has like some sort of substance to what they're doing, I can understand if you're a short seller just using the charts and just using, you know, like I said, they're super basic. But I think the better short sellers have an understanding of the markets and nuances and the macro stuff. You know, I don't see how you could do anything successfully without that. Futures, you know, that's just my belief. New lows here on INVO for now. Okay. New lows on INVO for now. But because if you guys have noticed as of late, I've not been so wrong lately about much in terms of these charts, how they've been forming, what they look like at the end of the day. You know, we've had some of these webinars we've done with the lines and shit that I've drawn, and then we get back to it and the chart. And this isn't like you see on Instagram where they're like whoop 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 boo, you know, and then they do a replay on the chart. I'm doing those lines in real time, and then we've been coming back to the chart 30 minutes later, live, hour later, you know. So I've got a pretty good grip right now, I feel like, on what's been happening on the gappers, the big volume gappers. And more than ever, I don't care what the time frame I'm using, I got to work lows. I got to work the lows. And if that means being stopped out where I deem lows to be and then reworking the lows, that's where I'm working. And I've settled into the fact that I don't have to do shit else. I don't have to do anything else. I can if I want, if I'm getting bored because I'm not trading, but that's because I'm not doing my job well enough in the morning on these things or whenever that reversal is coming. Does that make sense? And when does it come? These days, I mean, we've seen INVO now quickly. We saw a quick one yesterday. Rando bottom bouncer here. Low volume IPO, maybe from September. I don't know who they are. Safe and Green Development Corporation. Interesting. Went under $1 7 days ago. It looks like there's a PR. Headlines, no. Offering October 12th. Up to 5.5 million units. That consists of stock and warrants, but that was their IPO, it looks like. No, October 12th. They did a little offering, it looks like. Okay. It just popped up. Sorry. When something pops on my scan, it's up 80, 90%. Gotta just peek it. 50-cent random bottom bouncer to $1, it looks like. So I saw a lot of people talking about TCON, right? A lot of people talking about TCON. We talked about this yesterday. We were watching this. We saw this pop after hours yesterday. And bottom bouncer, 15 to 45 cents after hours. My experience with TCON was always that they were toxic assholes. And everything is now, right? Every ticker that we've been trading are toxic pretty much these days. Tcon. Yeah. Big gap down. $1.70 to $1. That was a while ago. Earnings. What did they say? Earnings. Oh yeah, that was my issue right off the bat, you guys. I fucking hate earnings. Penny stocks and earnings. I hate them. If the catalyst is strictly earnings, I don't trade that ever. I don't ever trade earnings on penny stocks. And I say penny stocks, I mean small cap in general. Anything like lower floats, under $10, I don't care about the earnings at all. The only time earnings are important, or if within those earnings, they also have a press release, and you'll see this with biotechs. They'll be like, here's our earnings and some phase results. You know what I mean? If that's the case, then I'll trade the phase results. If that's tradable, you know what I mean? But earnings, for me, is the first red flag because they're a shitty company. They've got no money. We already know this. We know what the earnings of these companies look like. If they say they have record earnings, usually what they mean is we dumped a record amount of shares this month and have money in our account or something like that, you know? So earnings to me are a no-no always. I won't say always. The only exception to this rule would be if TCON for some reason went to like $5 today. You guys, does that make sense to you guys? Just like Monday. If you're watching the live stream too, you can go back to my Monday pre-market prep. I was like, I'm not trading shit today. Is essentially the attitude, because I didn't like what I saw during the bull big gapping days in SPY last week. Small cap sucked. The volume got spread out. There were no tickers running huge. And then LAFW on Monday ran from wherever the hell it went to, right? Just to give a recap of what's happened this week. This is super important, man. If y'all are enjoying the stream at home, by the way, make sure to smash the like. Smash that like, please. Subscribe, helps the channel. Anyways, LAFW, man. That is what got this week kicked off, right? LAFW. And then the shirtless Webby, and then PXMD. Forever will be known as that. And then PXMD. Pavel took it. Where'd you take it from?
320.
To where?
Top tick was 990.
990? Fuck. That's crazy, dude. It doesn't matter. 6 and 9 and the 9s are perfect. Any combination of the golden number. Dude, did you guys know that he was not watching the shirtless Webby? That's all on his own. You know what I mean? That's like, that to me, he told me that yesterday, because a lot of people nailed PXMD, you know? A lot of people nailed that. He wasn't even part of that webinar, which is, to me, the most impressive one out of all of them. Regardless of who made money the most or not, it's not about that, you know? So that's pretty cool. And what was PXMD based on? It's based off of LIFW. You know, I just did not want to trade that day. And when LIFW, I saw I was going 7, 8, skipping. I was literally like, oh, shit. Like, all right, let's go. And then, but that moment in time, you guys, that shift in time is the most important thing that can ever happen for me. You know? The next important shift after that, once I start trading heavily, because I'm like, let's do it. I know what to do. I'm going to find the splits. I'm going to trade the splits and do my thing. NVOS, guys. NVOS, I still need to close the rest of that, I think. Let me see what I have here. Yeah, it's like at $1.50 now. I only have 1,800 shares left, though, of NVOS, of the 12,000 shares from $1, you know? If that wasn't the biggest layup of my entire life as a trader, that was the easiest trade I've ever had, honestly. To make, I don't know, I'll check what the final amount's going to be, but $8,000 or $9,000 or something like that. I put orders in that day. Unfortunately, that webinar, I was muted, as you guys know. But on this day, and you know what my favorite part about that too was? My bad. You know what my favorite part about that was I don't buy splits on day one ever. It's against my rules, actually, okay? When a stock does a split, they go from 30 cents to $5. It is against my rules to then buy them on that day one, no matter what they do. So if they're at $5 and they go to 6 and 7 and then they're tradable-ish, I don't care. The whole game for me is they have to fade towards $1. They're not all going to go to $1, but they should go towards $1 in my eyes. And then with so in other words, NVOS though, look at what NVOS did. They, on this day here, you guys see this with me? On this day here, they announced that they were going to split tomorrow. They were trading right here. They did a 1 for 10, right? They did a 1 for 10. So on this day, which was just a few days ago, you know, on Monday it was, right? On Monday, they announced their split as LIFW was, did they announce it then? Either way, they announced their split they immediately dropped from 30 cents to 10 cents. That's what you're seeing here. This is adjusted for post split. They did a 1 for 10 split. This price was divided by 10. The volume was also divided by 10. Yes. Sorry, multiplied by 10. Multiplied, divided, it was low, volume, divided. Anyways, so in other words, what I'm trying to tell you guys is that instead of doing a split, so if they did a split while they were at 30 cents, they would have opened up at $3 the next day. You see what I'm saying? If they're like, hey, we're splitting tomorrow, and then it didn't dump, they would be at $3. And then I would need to wait for it to start fading, right? In this case, they gave up 70% of their value the day before of their market cap. Think about it. A stock goes from 30 cents to 10 cents. That's the value of their market cap is getting astronomically smaller, right? They're losing all their value at that point. Granted, most of their share counts are getting higher and stuff like that, but that's not the point. The point is that they did their split. The next day, they opened up at $1.20. I put orders in where? I think $1.15, $1.17, and I had orders that literally at $1 and $1.02, I think, or something. All of them got filled down to the last share that I had, 12,000 shares. When I looked back up, it was here. I mean, if you saw that bounce, it was 3 minutes. It spent 2 minutes down there. It kissed 1. All right. This stock has to hold $1 for 10 days. It doesn't have to, but if they don't, they're not compliant. If they do, they get a nice little letter from NASDAQ saying, hey, congrats. You can stay around for a little while longer, you know? If they don't, they get delisted. They go to OTCs, and OTCs are dead. Nothing goes to OTC land and bounces anymore. It goes to OTC land and they just die forever. Okay? So it's super important. We're not in stocks that are being delisted. You know, we don't want to be in those. We don't want that to happen because they just go die there now. But that was the premise behind this trade. And that's one of the easiest trades I've ever had, like I said, in my life. How many times in life and in trading are trades easy? How often for you guys? Is it where you're like, that's the easiest trade I've ever had? It's not. It's very rare that a trade does not evoke a lot of emotional distress when you're doing the wrong shit. If you watch my trading, just go through the videos. I'm almost never in emotional distress. Granted, circumstances, account size. And I understand, with my $3,000 account so far that we're going to try to build over PDT, gives me a little bit of distress just because, you know, I'm taking it as seriously as I fucking can. I'm going to be like, this is my only $3,000. Let's try to make it, you know? So that's a different kind of story, which I'm probably going to have to deal with some different emotions. Maybe it puts me back in, and this is exactly why I'm doing it. Maybe it puts me back in your shoes a little bit more. And I say your shoes, the people who are trading to $2,500, $3,000 accounts, you know? I tried to tell you guys yesterday because someone's like, what would you do? I'm like, well, I'll show you what I do. What I'd really do is drive Ubers this week and work the streets, you know, and study and work the streets, bro. ZJs and stuff. Anyways. Yep. INBS. See this really fast. Sorry. We've spoken about recently when we've been seeing a lot of multi-day, multi-week moves, right? Even LIFW, and I was talking about this yesterday so much, man. My feelings are, sorry, hold on. My feelings are that if these markets stay the way they are, just like this, choppy as fuck, right? Up and down, choppy, weird. There's so much money to be made in small cap this year. I mean, into 2024, you know, and you guys who have been with me now a few months now, 6 months, I think next year's the year for some of you people. That's what I think. I think if you can dial it in, the risk reward ideas, the execution ideas, and the having of a plan, the super low, super lopsided risk reward ratios, just too much reward. I'm serious, too much reward when you're looking at these trades. Like, that's too much reward. And when I say too much reward, I mean to high a day. I mean to pre-market highs. I mean to VWAP. I'm not talking about what everyone else thinks they see when they're trading this shit, which is this whole thing up here that they don't know about when it's trading like right here, guys. Something like LIFW. You know, granted, they split here. This is a split. But regardless, you know, if the markets stay like this and you can get a grip on the macro, which is these companies are dumping in a toxic fashion, okay? Look at fucking SPY, man. We were talking about this yesterday. This is fucking crazy to me, all right? This is why the first step in my process is overall markets. Keep track of those. And then small cap. And within that first step of my trading process, the two are intertwined. My thoughts, when I'm thinking when I'm thinking overall markets, it's not just overall markets are down, I'm not trading. It's not just, overall markets are up or bullish, I should be trading a lot, right? That's not the case. The case is, well, the overall markets are up, but what's small cap doing? You know what I mean? My experience has been when the overall markets have been pushing hard, small cap struggles. My experience has been when the overall markets, I'm talking about this year, okay? Because last year was just everything sucked, you know? But this year, here's what's very interesting to me. At this point, right here, all right? At this point in history, which is what it was at that point, end of 2021, all right? Right here. There were 0 penny stocks. When I say penny stocks, I mean stocks under $1. I mean listed stocks under $1. There were none. Right? December 2021. At the end of that 2021. None. Okay? I'm like, shit, what am I going to trade? I at that point was starting to trade big caps. I had to. There were no penny stocks. Does that make sense? That was the top, by the way. My friends had already been trading big caps, I think, for like a couple months at that point. You know what I mean? Even for the whole year, they started transitioning into big caps. But not me until the end. And then when that happened, that was it. The second you see me in big cap and I'm the last one to get out of small cap land, that's probably the top of everything. Like, it's probably time to go back to small cap. But either way, the point that I'm trying to make right now is that a year later here, less than a year later, right? Look how close we are to these highs in the markets. I mean, right now we're here, right? But even when this market this year has been up like at its highs, all right? Right now, let's take a peek. Let's do the peakiola. Hold on. Can y'all see my scan on the stream? Sorry I haven't been paying attention to you, but I'm also not sorry at all. Stick around though. I'm going to get to Q&A in a sec, all right? Thank you guys so much for joining. If you're enjoying the live boot camp stream, make sure to hit the like, subscribe. I'm doing my absolute best to get some good information onto the tube for free for you guys. You know, whether or not you want to be in the pack or have me as a mentor, I don't give a shit. It's more so like, hopefully one of you comes to me like 6 months down the line, like, dude, I watched that stream and it changed my life. That's the point of all of these streams. If that's what it is, then I'm fucking stoked about it. So All I ask is you smash that like button and subscribe. So yeah, that's that. Okay, this is the point I'm trying to make right now. All right. Just make the point already. Here we go. Here's the point. So I just filtered my scanner to show me every stock in the market under a buck. Okay. Watch this. There's even more than last week. You know what I'm saying? We had a bull ass run in the market last week in the overall markets, right? We can all agree that was a crazy week for the overall markets. Big gap ups each day, huge bull run. This week has been a tight range, you know, an interesting little thing going on definitely in the markets right now. But point is, on my scan, look at this, y'all. I can't even tell you how big of a deal this is at all. It is just such a big deal to me. Look at these tiny market caps, man. Look, these are 1 million, 2 million floats trading at 10 cents, man. I can't even buy the amount of shares I'd want to. I'd have to file forms on some of these, I think. That's what I said. That's what I'm saying. I've had to, this is fucking new. I have never traded bottom bouncers with such small floats and low market caps in my life, guys. I've never, ever. It's fucking crazy, man. My experience with bottom bouncers, when I created this strategy back in 18, 19, 17, were 100 million share floats, 250 million share floats. And the reason that they were trading at this price was because they had been diluted so heavily. And which is still the case on a lot of them, all right? When we go through these floats and we see, like, let's just look at, you know, the cheapest stocks here, all right? We'll start cheapest at the bottom. Let's do the opposite, cheapest at the top. So here's our cheapest stocks, okay? MCOM, they don't show the float there. I'm sure they're big. But even all of these floats, guys, to me, if this were 18, when I was trading this strategy, these are like kind of small floats even, you know? And the whole point of that, and we talked about this before, but even a 20 million share float on a 10-cent stock, when I'm trading a 10-cent stock, I'm buying 100,000 shares of the shit, you know, if I can. 50,000, 70, 80,000. And so are other people who understand, like I said, that when a 10-cent stock goes to 20, you're making 100% on your money, right? And there's a quite predictable pattern going on here. You guys see this? Look at how many. These are tickers that bunch of noobs got fucked on probably 6 months ago. All right, and they probably traded it. They got bagged. They probably did an offering. Now they're really bagged, and these things are going all the way to 10 cents. And probably all the noobs are like, "What the hell? You know, how is this going on?" Penny stocks are a scam, right? Penny stocks are a scam. You got scammed by the penny stock. But if you understand that before that, there was a period of time of that penny stock's life where it was highly profitable to be trading it today, you know, with conviction. So our job is to find what those points in time are. Each penny stock is a scam, right? They have no earnings. The only way for them to get money is us. It's the only way. The institutional investor, give them shares half off. They get cash for that, right? And then that institutional investor, they're the investors that get protected, okay? Because they're the ones putting up chinga, putting up that money. For those who don't know what chinga is, putting up the money, okay? They get the dealio half price. That's a great business to be in. You know, I'm going to start loaning money to microcap companies like, hey, y'all want 100 G's? All right, well, pass this paper trading challenge first, and then we can fund you. Actually, 2 paper trading challenges first. Pass those. Anyways. Point is, we've got so many penny stocks right now. All right. So many of them. They're going to create All of them are going to be splits. All of them are splits. Not all of them, but we're seeing amazing penny stock bottom bouncers again. Amazing. Okay? Like, to me, there's nothing more life-changing for small account trading or bigger account trading even than these bottom bouncers that do these 10 cent to fucking $1, $5, $2, $3 moves. There's nothing like that, you know? I tried to describe this to people back in the day. You remember Primo? I'm like, these bottom bouncers, if you can figure them out, have astronomical amount of return with the risk being 10 cents a share on a 10-cent stock, you know? Of course, they can say, hey, we're doing a reverse split tomorrow. That can happen. I have been in a stock that split the next day because I wasn't around to like realize that they were also splitting and I was swinging a bottom bouncer. It's happened, okay? But most of the time not. It's only happened once.
When you look at the daily chart, do you see when they did last did a reverse split?
Max said chinga is a naughty word in Spanish. Maybe I don't even know what it means then. Maybe I've been the one using that all wrong all these years. And if that's the case, I'll blame my older brother. That's what he said it meant, so whatever. Thanks for letting me know, though. Hopefully it's not like a racist word or something. That'd be the worst. What does it mean? Oh, fuck or shit? Oh, it's a fine word then, yeah. I'm going to use that all the time.
Roland, when you look at a stock,
Okay, give me that fuck. They're like, give me that chink, give me that money, dude. Like, what? Give me the fuck. They're like, what?
Roland, when you look at a stock, do you see when they're
Okay, it's not. We're good. What's that?
when you look at a stock, do you see when they did a reverse split last? It didn't happen again.
Yeah. Yeah, always. Always. I'm always going back in the chart, okay? I'm always going back in the chart to see when they did their split and what they did after their split. And it doesn't mean just because they didn't run it last time after their split, maybe they just diluted last time. That's the question you have to ask yourself is what is the company trying to do? These companies, you guys, when you see a PR, we talked about it yesterday, there's always motive. Always motive. 100% of the time. It's never like, look how good we are. Really, they need money. They put I down to the minute that they're going to be releasing it. I guarantee you it's planned and contrived, you know, which is why all of my strategies revolve around being on the right side of this scam. You know what I mean? That's why, guess what? Oh, I know it's a scam. I know they just did a split and that as they're fading, they're going to they got a PR in the pocket every time. I guarantee it. They wouldn't do a split and say, let's just see what happens. They're going to do a split and say they have their offering lined up, you know, whoever they're going to be doing offering with, if they're doing a new one, they get all their duckies in a row so that they can take advantage of this fucking loophole in the world that should not exist. You know what I mean? Every single one of these biotech companies with one drug in the pipeline, all of these penny stocks, every single one of them, okay? It should be illegal. And the only reason it's not because they fucking tell you where they're doing it, when, how many, why. They tell you. You know what I mean? It's a disclaimer. You go to their 10Q, they say, don't invest in us. We're a shit. I'm serious. I'm not kidding you. Let's okay? Let's do some shit. Right? Can y'all see DT on there? Can y'all see dilution tracker at home? For those who don't know what this is, it's dilution tracker. This has taken the place of me going through filings, essentially. All right? Got it? All right. So we get into this, and you look at these enough, you're going to understand the macro here. The macro. You're going to understand the big picture. All right? Here's their current outstanding shares. This is INBS, okay? Here's their current outstanding shares. They've got 7.7 months of cash left based on a cash burn of negative 1.31 million. Yeah, whatever. Warrants here, you can see there's 14.79 million warrants. Their current outstanding is 9.6 million shares. In other words, so is their float, which means there's no institutional ownership. And then so what that means is if they dump all their shares, they have more than the amount of shares that are tradable right now in the world. They have more than that to dump, right? It's not necessarily super toxic. Toxicity of the offerings will come from the nature, unless you are reading it and said that already, which it looks like you might have already started reading it. Did you start reading it? Okay. You can. I assume these days, if I'm looking at a stock that's trading, 10 cents, 20 cents, that there are some sort of convertible shares. In other words, okay. How toxic it is depends on how much conversion and how much they're going to end up. In this case, look, they've got an S1 offering. It's priced $5.5 million, right? The thing is, $5.5 million trading at 50 cents a share, it's like 10 million shares, right? Of shares, 10 million, that's how much it would be, just about that. This is final shares. Oh, yeah, here we go. 7.2 million. Final warrant coverage, 200%, okay? For those who don't know, they do the offering, they do new shares, but they also give them warrants. This is why this is part of that toxicity and what happens down here. We talk about it essentially as like the payday loans for companies. They're not getting they're not getting great terms on their financing because they're so high risk. All right? They're so fucking high risk. So they give them warrants to sweeten the deal. They're like, okay, you can have these. We'll give you $5 million worth of shares at a discount and 200% warrant coverage. So for every share that they're dumping right now, they also get 2 more shares essentially. That if the price gets to whatever the execution price is, the conversion price, they can exercise. Yeah, the exercise price, they can dump, right? They can convert and dump. So that's kind of like guarantees these companies that not only it makes it worth it for them. It makes the juice worth the squeeze, right? And we talk about it. They are not nice people. They're not going to not dump. They always do it. And this one, they've got a price protection clause. That's what we were talking about. Specific price protection clause is disclosed through regulatory filings. Again, everything is disclosed through regulatory filings. Contains a one-time reset of exercise price equal to the lesser of the then exercise price, which is 55 cents, right? And 90% of the 5-day VWAP, essentially, for the 5 days immediately prior to the trigger date, okay? Immediately following the date on which a reverse stock split of the common stock is effective. The trigger date, which under the terms of the Series E warrant is the 6th day immediately following the date on which a reverse stock split of the common stock is effective. Does that mean anything to you guys? It means something to me. No, I'm just saying, when I read these and then you start looking at these tickers and stuff, this was obviously October. They haven't done a split yet, okay? They haven't done their split yet. They're running hard right now. They're gonna do a split. I can tell you that. All right. Yeah. It's not. Let me see. Sorry. And the people at home are just on DT anyways, but it's fine. Either way. So here's what I'm trying to say is that if they do a split in the future, which they're going to do a split. Again, don't get it twisted. They're going to do a split, okay? Customary anti-dilution. None of these left. Sorry, guys. What I'm trying to say, these series E warrants, right? They have a 55 set, but they also have a reset. And the reset is the trigger date on this reset for this clause to come into effect is the 6th day following the date of their next split. I'm just interested. Well, let's see what happens 6 days after that next split. You know what I mean? What I'm trying to say is if you dig into the filings and you start to look into the language, and I'm going to do it a little bit more, maybe a lot of bit more going forward in terms of trying to narrow down because we have so many splits these days, right? So many splits, which we're going to get into that in a sec too. But I'll be keeping an eye on it. That's all I'm trying to say. They have trigger events, and you can read this in the filings where specific things can happen. They can do specific things at certain times. You know, it's a puzzle that you can put together. That's the beautiful part to me about reverse split pumps, the swing strategy, the strategy in general. It's going to give you time. It gives you time to do your research, right? And if you can find edge there from a fundamental standpoint, what the biggest edge to me long is by being in harmony with these companies. Understanding what part of the life cycle of a penny stock they're in, and then exploiting it if I can, or completely avoiding it 99.999999% of that stock's life. Does that make sense? And then sometimes like a year later, like an ex-girlfriend, you know, they come calling again. You're like, don't, I know what happened last time, and you have that conversation. Anyways, does that make sense, everyone? Questions in here for now. Questions in here. Okay. So IMBS, let's peep at, while we're here, we're going to peep at a couple more things. And if y'all are enjoying this at home, make sure to smash the like and subscribe, please. Jeffrey wants a reality check on TCON. Went in on the first green candle for the reversal and now bag holding. Use me as an example of what not to do. I need to hear it from a mentor. Oh, man. Jeff. All right. We were supposed to break down TCON anyways. Am I on my chart? Yeah, good. First of all, earnings. That was my first beef with it. I don't think it was the worst idea to try to dip buy it. All right. Oh, this first green candle. This one. What time frame? Because there's that one. There's this one on the 5. I'm assuming the 1. The 5-minute first green candle, first minute of the day, first green candle. This one or this one? That's all I'm saying. Only thing wrong with me, if I'm dip buying this here, is not cutting. That's the only mistake you can make, dip buying this in the morning on TCON, if you're trying to play off a level like that. It's literally, I don't hate it. I don't hate the idea. You know, there's decent risk reward involved down in the 20s if it's getting up to the 30s and 40s again. We did see yesterday, right? We did see INBS yesterday reverse pretty early off of a similar sort of level. Not quite as extended. Okay, T-Con got a little extended yesterday came from lower, you know, in my eyes at least. When I was looking at this, we were looking at this after hours, remember? Like, and it actually did and opened up exactly everything that I said yesterday about what this was going to open like happened, you know. And if we were trading the open together, I can't say that I wouldn't have tried to dip buy that. The biggest issue there is that it got to your first target. If you're dip buying TCON in the morning, first target VWAP, high a day VWAP, right? So technically speaking, if you're hitting this candle here, he said on the 5-minute though, right? This like literally the first candle. Either way. Earnings, I don't give a crap about earnings, guys. Ever with penny stocks. They don't go together, the two words. They're the opposites. Earnings and penny stocks don't go together. Right? It should be, we're reporting our non-earnings this year. That's what they should have to say. It's funny. The most favorable, the best looking earnings news is like, we didn't lose as much money this year, bitches, you know? So anyways, TCON, man, I don't care. You know, I believe everyone should do anything that they want to do in life. Again, like I said, but for me, I'm looking at TCON like, okay, if I'm playing the early morning reversal, first of all, I got to get great risk rewarded. That candle went from 27 cents to 29 cents almost immediately, you know, so it's pretty quick. VWAP, 32 cents. Had to get good risk reward to that. Had to take it off pretty quick there. Only issue for me, it will always be when I don't do what I'm supposed to do right here. That's the only issue, okay? That's it. If you when you guys are playing reversals, you think you're playing low day and it's not, your thesis is wrong. You're wrong. I cut there. So I mean, just from a basic perspective, right? Very basic, but if I'm going about all my entries trying to get good risk reward back to the levels I need to get it to, say VWAP, right? Well, I can get 1 to 5, 1 to 8 back to VWAP here. If I'm getting half a penny, you know, a penny risk, which that's the kind of risk I like to get with super cheap stocks. And you're not taking it off into highs, right? The only thing that matters for me to maintain the fucking integrity of this idea, that guess what? I can lose 10 of these in a row. And the 11th will pay for the 10, okay? Same size, 10 in a row, all else being equal, okay? It happens. You wanted more, but what's the price action say? And who cares? Sell some. That's what I do. You guys see me. I sell some. I'd rather sell some and it was the top and then sell the rest than sell none at the top, if that makes sense. Or sell it all too early. We'll talk about sizing out in a little bit too. The most important part of this setup, is that right here, the most important part at the setup. Sorry, I'm looking for a good emoji. That's fine. Is literally that right there, that candle. That is right there, getting that cut locked as quickly as I can, as good as I can. All right. That is the moment in time. That is the most important part of this setup, is when you're wrong, that we cut that shit. That is the most important part. We're talking about the next 1,000 trades, you guys. You know what I mean? If for the next 1,000 trades, every time I'm supposed to cut, I'm like, I don't know. And I'm losing a penny, 2 pennies. Watch this. Watch this. Let's say, sorry, 1 second. Let's say we got a reasonable entry here. All right. We got 1 to 5 back to VWAP. All right. So 28 cents is our entry. But instead, so we have 1 to 5 here. In other words, on this setup, everyone to see that and agree. So what happens when I cut it here? What happens when I cut it there? What did that just turn into? 1 to 2, 7, right? What happens if I'm this asshole? 1 to 1.5, okay? God forbid. He said bag holding. He said holding a bag, okay? Want to talk about it? Let's talk about it. What's he need? Got you, Tan Man. Thank you, buddy. Everyone thank Tanner for all his help. You know, always. He's the best. All right. Sorry. Dude, could you hit me a blackie in this? It's black. Yes, please. Okay. You already see what I'm trying to fucking say here, by the way, right? This went, if I'm trading this risk in the morning, I go from 1 to 5, 1 to 8 on my setup, and I'm being a little bitch about cutting, you know, and a 1 penny, 2 pennies on a cheap stock, especially. But this idea goes for any price range. I don't care what I'm trading. If I'm letting this happen every single time.
Roland, you added on the 5-minute candle, it was entering at 0.315. So it was like the break of the first 5-minute candle right into VWAP with the entrance. Even worse.
Everything about that sucked then, yeah. You know what I mean? I gotcha. You know, it's that's a FOMO chasey. It's everything we talk about not doing always, right? It's everything we talk about not doing always. So it's okay. I mean, it happens. But even worse, holy shit, you know what I mean? Because this is like essentially, obviously you don't know that that's going to happen, obviously, but regardless of anything, you know, the only trade I saw there, and that's why I assume if you're one of my students that this is what you were trying to take, was something like this, you know what I mean? Would that actually make sense? And in which case, like I said, first of all, you just said you're buying exactly where I'm showing my first price target is, which goes to show you're still in the herd with the rest of the sheep being sold to, in my book. All the places where volume come in and new traders buy, we need to fucking sell a little bit at least. You know what I'm saying? That to me is the biggest satisfaction. It's not that I don't like new traders. It's just that I know that they're the ones chasing these things through these levels. Hopefully they can learn to not do that one day. But as long as they're doing it, they are the other side of my trade. That they are the ones cashing my check for me. You know what I mean? They are the ones who I sell them. There is a buyer for me there. In other words, does that make sense? And the edge that I have is that by the time most people see a trade, I'm up 30, 40, 50% at that point on my position. And I'm literally buying their entries. I am selling where they are entering. I set out to accomplish a mission a long time ago, which was to never be dumped on by Tim Grittani again. My goal was to not buy his shorts ever again if I could, right? And I'm pretty sure I did that. And through that process, I now sell where he used to sell to me. Does that make sense? Really basic, but like, it's all comes together in full circle when you realize that, you know, like my trading hero who I'm like, okay, who I realized I wanted to be a short seller until I took a big loss. And then I was like, I got too many kids to take too many of those, you know, like, I don't know about that. I'm getting back into it, of course, but with the, it's just kind of crazy. It's just kind of crazy that, that I was able to use the principle that he uses and do the opposite, and that it totally makes sense. You know what I mean? That's why the whole everything, and again, I'm going to say it one more time, but like everything I had learned, everything I had read about trading up until that point in my life, all advised against everywhere that I like to enter a stock now. Every point, everything I've ever read. Don't buy under VWAP. Don't buy a falling knife. Like those were the two main ones where I'm like, oh yeah, it's going down. Definitely don't buy that. You know what I mean? That made total sense to me. Don't buy. Of course I'm not going to buy a falling. What am I going to catch a knife? Catch a knife, you know? No, I might catch a rocket though. Let's go. If I'm dip buying it the correct way, you know, that's the whole point to me. Catch a falling knife, but then everyone's chasing through breakouts. It's fucking crazy, dude. It's fucking crazy, man. It's crazy. Anyways, Okay. There's not much that needs to be said here, all right? The illustration I'm trying to make is that as precise as we can be with our execution, you know, maybe mark down for your trades. It's not something I ever used to do, but it's actually a good idea. Mark down what your risk reward was in your head and then what you achieved at the end of your trade when you cut. Does that make sense? So if you're saying, okay, I got 1 to 7 risk reward and I'm trading it at 27 cents and my risk is 26 cents. What did you actually get when you cut it from your entry to that reward? I'm not saying if you took the reward or not, you know what I'm saying? I'm saying the risk part of it. How much did you actually risk? And then what's the actual ratio of that trade that you attained, right? I guarantee you it's way different, those two fucking numbers. When you see the illustration of this, by the way, watch that risk reward number diminish so quick between 26 cents and 27 cents on cheaper stocks, right? So cut your fucking losses quickly. That's it. Cut the losses quickly for your next 1,000 trades to be okay. You know, you're not actually getting 1 to 5. You're not actually getting 1 to 7. You're just saying it. The execution, the actual number at the end is way different, right? That's why I say the most important part of this setup and almost any setup for me is that moment in time where it doesn't work. Because if I'm getting good risk reward all the time and I'm always cutting like I'm supposed to, then I get to trust my plans. I get to trust what I'm seeing and then trust my numbers over the next 1,000 trades, right? Am I going to show you an actual trade? If there's an actual something to trade, yeah, absolutely. I can tell you likely not. 10:30. What time is it here? 9:30. But let's look at the scans anyways, like I want to. Let's pretend right now I have an itch, fucking super degen, and I really want to trade, okay? Which I don't. I don't ever really feel that way unless I need to. Like Monday, you know? Even yesterday, I kind of felt like I was supposed to be making some moves, which is what it is. Okay. Oops. Sorry, guys. I mean, normally I have the streams a little bit more easy for me to run. Yeah, the whole point for me is that I am trading the riskiest, shittiest stocks on the planet. A lot of times I'm still buying areas where they're going to be dumping on us, you know? And I'm going to, anytime, considering I have more money in my bank than a lot of the companies that I'm actually going to be trading, anytime that's happening, I need to maximize the scenario. Buying reversals is not I'm not the most accurate in the world. You know what I mean? But if you know anything about risk reward and you're getting 1 to 5, 1 to 6 on your money, every single trade, and to me, it's to my fucking single, man. To me, it's to VWAP and to high a day. Usually 1 to 4, 1 to 5 to VWAP, 1 to 10 to high a day, 1 to 20 to pre-market high. You know what I mean? I guarantee you there's some people who I guarantee you with the volume that we're seeing in small cap, there are some fucking probably amazing longs who are buying bottom bounces and playing this game. I have a feeling. It might not publicly, but whatever, you know? So, and I don't like to think like that, man. You know? I really don't. Sometimes though, when I look around on YouTube and everywhere else, I think to myself, these people don't know anything about anything sometimes, you know, and they're just literally copying other people and regurgitating shit and just like trying to suck in people on YouTube who are new and don't know any better. That's pretty much, I'd say 95 to 97% of the videos I've watched on YouTube. It's not that there's no value there, but it's basically no value because they're just showing you what everyone else already knows and doesn't work for anyone. But then they put it with words that make it sound like it's going to work, but it doesn't ever work. Only the couple times it works. And then they capture that trade, they put it online, and they're like, look at this trade, it worked, you know? There's so many scams. There's so many scams. ETF trade, there are people who trade ETFs, you know, like the Qs, the TQs. That'd be the easiest one. Buy the Qs, buy the TQs. Show which one went up, you know, because they're inverse stocks. Inverse. One goes up, the other one's basically going down. You buy both. Just two accounts maybe, right? I'm just saying. There's a lot of shit out there like that, and you don't know if you're new. You're just fucking so fucked. Okay. What are we on? We're on our skin right now. Let's just check it out. We've got INVO still. OPTX. We're awarded a contract midday today for their lightweight vision optics. Is this leaking out? All good. Okay. We're going to move on to some other stuff too now, soon. Can we finish my thoughts on INBS? I mean, no real thoughts. I see what you're saying. I know what you mean because I was talking about it earlier. Yeah, I mean, it's a multi-day move now. That's the whole point. When I start seeing these form multi-day moves, I look for trend, right? I don't like to really play trend too much. But I've noticed a lot of the bottom bouncers that we've seen that have gone 10 to 50 to 60 back towards 20. They'll hold like 10 again, 15, 12, and actually start to have higher lows on the daily and then start to grind up and then turn into a breakout chart again. So it's kind of interesting. This one's still too high for me. It's a little too parabolic, personally. We may well see this hold up if this tries to break out, head towards 1 or something like that. In other words, so that's kind of the idea. I'm not going to trade it up here because, you know, I feel like I would be a little bit late to this party and I'm buying into areas of resistance. It's going to, if this can continue to kind of wedge, it's going to work its way back up towards 80. That's what I think. And then we'll see if it has a breakout or not. It's only 2 days of action right now. And it's, you know, I could see this setting up for a breakout. It's already filling the gap. They're already dilutive. We know all these things, right? So that's the idea. Risk for me does on these, by the way, if I get a really clean trend. This is not the cleanest trend. But it's also not the worst. But when I get a clean trend, if I am playing long, I like to be aware of that trend, is what I'm trying to say. Multi-day trends, if I'm long swinging, I will risk at least portions of my shares. If I have any left or something like that, I will use this trend, you know? Like we saw in Hub C the other week where I was playing the breakout, sold into the breakout level like a good contrarian. You know, I was long here and I was selling here. I was dip buying some, working the trend a little bit. I sold into this breakout this day. I sold some into the fucking 90s this day. But then I still had 17 or 19,000 shares left, waiting for maybe this to continue to hold and break out more, right? With some macro. Instead, you guys saw me, but that day I cut literally right at 69. The golden number, right? I cut it right there. And that's just been my experience with swing trading. The longer that trend is forming and you see it, the more power it's going to hold, you know? The more power it's going to hold. This one was, I remember thinking this is going to be a spectacular breakout. And then when it failed, I remember being scared because I'm like, do you know how many people were buying that fucking breakout right here? Do you know how many people are still holding this? Let me know in chat. Let me know in chat if you're one of those people who's bagged on Hub C breakout right now. You know? Be honest. We're doing pizza for lunch. We're just going to have pizza delivered here so we can just go throughout the day since we've been delayed. Sorry, guys. Hub C, here. Thank you, guys. This is where I was cutting right there, you know, after selling into the breakout level. And it felt kind of shitty because as we know how dopamine works, the second that those shares are gone, it's like all your hope of those 20,000 shares going to $2 are gone now, you know? But if I did not cut that, I would have watched 7, 8 G's go away because I got to lock that in there. I still was locking. I think it was $4,000 or something I ended up locking instead of, in my head though, I was like, oh, you know. But that's the whole thing about trading. That's why we lock. We just, the charts can do whatever they want. They're fucking dilutive, guys. They're like real assholes, these tickers, okay? But a great example there. So shit like this, you know, that's a swing trading thought particularly, is that, again, like I said, the longer that trend starts to hold, the more weight I give it, okay? INBS, we'll see. We'll see what it does. We'll see what it does. But I've already pretty much established for myself on something like INBS that if I were going to be buying this, I need to be kind of buying mid-low 50s. Might even work this trend, honestly, as risk and actually do that. You can do that too. I can do that. I might end up using low of day, might be the best level, or just 50 cents here and give it a little tiny bit of wiggle room and work something like that. But I wouldn't even want to see that. So I'm just leaving it because it's up a lot still. And what I hope for is that it rips without me. Because if it rips without me, we get more multi-days, and more multi-days bring more multi-days, guys. So, and gals. OPTX is wacky. Looks like a wacky spacky. Right? Nothing there for me. MRAI. Here's our breakdown from earlier on MRAI, right? And now, what time is it? It's like noon, right? Is it 12:30? East Coast? Okay, that's good. So like about 30 minutes till lunch is done or whatever. 20 minutes till lunch is done over there, and interesting. So I would frame the way I'd be looking at kind of these tickers right now, even the MRAI, if it was something I was more interested, first of all, is kind of, let's take some of the noise out, right? Hit that 15, kind of see what's going on. And this is an important process, this is really an important part of my process right now, specifically, because I've been playing more kind of midday, coming out of lunchtime reversal ideas too, or into lunchtime at times, 12 noon. You know, for the reversal. But you can see a pretty clear base forming here, and being formed, have been formed. You can also see that this has already tried to go to VWAP multiple times. There have actually been, this is a 15-minute chart, but there have actually been multiple trades at this point from those lows back to VWAP, right? And if you're just patient and you're in the right places at least, this is the idea here now for me as well going into the afternoon, all right? I need it at 56, 57 cents to take it off at VWAP and be okay. Even VWAP, yeah, I would need 56 cents or something like that. Okay, so I'd kind of play this range if it were me. I need a nice, decent entry going into the afternoon, all right? So we still have a lot of time left in the day in terms of trading, the trading day, okay? But for the framing of the idea, for me, right? The potential of what this thing can do using the levels that it's already given me. No magic here, right? That's how I would break this down for now. And you know what? I kind of want to see him take out low a day first these days. That's just how it's been for me. You know what I mean? So like I said, when the trade starts to set up in my eyes, well, let's see it test that level first. And you don't have to. You don't have to, but it's what I've been doing to not get chopped out so much this year of stuff. Does that make sense? Oftentimes the conviction for me has come after they break the level down, whoever they is on that particular case. Okay. So that's what I would do. I'll kind of watch MRAI into the next few hours. CAUD's been on my scan a couple times recently, I feel like. SPAC merger or something. Little first green day. TCON. Take another peek at that. Kind of broke down these last little levels for now. 20 bottom, you know, but it gave back a lot of its gain, right? Could just be dead for now. Again, it's Friday. It's Friday as well. Usually Friday afternoons, I'm not doing too much trading. You know, I'll have to have conviction to hold something over the weekend. And I, these days, especially just for quite a while, but would much rather just go into the weekend without a position if I can, you know. Not too much left on my scan at the moment. Not too much left on my scan at the moment. But a really cool week, a really awesome week filled with a lot of lessons, man. A lot of lessons. Questions. We're going to open up, how long have we been doing this? A little while. Yeah, I mean, for those asking, I do this every day for the Wolfpack. I live trade every single day. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday in the morning. I do pre-market prep and then trade for as long as I trade. And that's live. Like they see my screen, they see my entries and exits and in real time so that I can show them and they can actually see that I'm just a human with a process, you know, that works for me and that enables me to trade freely every day. Take my losses like I need to, maximize gains like I try to. And because it's not black and white, which we always talk about, which it's not, you know, it's not just teach a strategy and you're just going to make money. We all know, like we all think when I started trading, that's what I thought. Oh, you learn a strategy that makes money and then it just makes you money, right? There's so much more to that. It's when you're deploying the strategy, which is like not all the time. You know, sometimes for years, there are strategies I've talked about that have gone away. My favorite strategies this year and of all time, the ones that I've been trading heavily this year, were gone for 2 years, pretty much. You know what I mean? And that is how it works. And that's why it's important to learn new setups through new markets and then understand that setup's going on the back burner at some point, maybe soon. And I got to have to learn a new setup or figure something else out. So can beginners copy or trade exits and entries and earn, or is this copy trading dangerous? It is the dumbest, worst. It's the worst thing you can possibly do. It doesn't help you at all, actually. It doesn't help you at all. Especially when if you guys are trying to trade small cap and you're trading low floats and stuff, granted the areas that I enter are as safe as you can get on them. It doesn't matter. It still doesn't matter. You're going to be fucked all the time until you're going to have to learn it yourself, you know, and trade things. What everyone's goal needs to be is like, if God forbid something happened to me tomorrow, y'all are good. Y'all know how to do the things I've been trying to show you how to do in terms of how to find the next ones, how how to get great risk reward, how to understand the macro stuff, and then put it into a process that spits out money at the end of the next 1,000 fucking trades, right? Not today, not this one trade everyone cares about. It's not the money today, you know? But I've been there. I remember when I was new, guys, I signed up for Sykes to copy his shit. And then I just lost 10 in a row, you know? You'll see if you get in with me live, I'm very, you know, if I ever find anyone is actively doing that, and I can tell, by the way. You may not think so. Maybe if you're silent, we're going to boot you. Like that's against our terms and conditions, basically. I think it might be actually in that. If not, I'm going to make sure it is. The whole goal is so that listen, when you guys sign up for alert services, it's delayed. It's super delayed. And then if the trade goes one way or doesn't, you may not even get an alert. And then if that doesn't happen, you know, then you're getting a contrived answer on what happened and then excuses why they had to do this or that, you know? And then that comes 10 minutes late. That was my experience. I get an alert. By the time I get it, the price is up 10, 15, 20 cents. On a dollar stock, that's 15 fucking percent, 20%, right? I chase it. By the time I would press buy, the sell's in, I'd get a sell alert. And then I'm trying to get out with everyone else. It's the dumbest thing ever. But that's why my trading is very much designed to not be like that. And if it's something illiquid, I don't announce it. I don't talk about it. So I don't pump it. If it's something illiquid where I'm building a swing position on one of my strategies, I teach you guys the strategies, you know? And then at a certain point, I'll be like, I employed that strategy here, by the way, and made money. You know what I mean? So that I don't pump it. So that when you're trading low floats, volume comes in, that it's being pumped. So everything I do is designed to make sure it's not even for you guys. It's all designed for you guys, but it's mostly designed so I can trust my own trading. It's mostly designed so if I wasn't teaching you guys, the trades work without you guys. Because if that is not the case, if I can't trade next week and do another 20, 30 G's without being in my own chat and stuff and teaching it, but y'all already know that's not the case because I'm putting myself in stocks that have PRs and shit tomorrow. You know what I mean? It has nothing to do with pump or not. The company are going to be pumping. I'm trying to get in line for that. You know what I mean? Fuck all these gurus and their pumps. Fuck them, man. I'm going to sell to every guru. That's my goal. I'm going to sell to the gurus. I'm going to sell to the sheep. I'm going to show a small group of people how I do that. You know what I mean? And the second that you experience it for yourself, you know it to be true that there's a better way to trade these things, you know? So that's why I have policies that from doing this for a long time in place to make sure that in real time you get to learn from me in liquid stocks, how I trade them. And if it's too illiquid, it's just too illiquid for me to talk about. I need more, especially if I want more shares too. I'm not going to compete with my own students and stuff. I'm already competing with my own students for shares of my own strategies anyways. Not just my own students, people on YouTube, you know, people who take my strategies and throw them on YouTube for free, which has happened a lot, you know? Those are the people I have to compete with on these strategies. So that being said, 99.99% of these people don't know when to deploy them. Do you know what I'm saying? So I don't care. I can teach you a strategy, but unless you're with me every day and you actually learn how this thing comes in and out of play over time, you're fucked anyways. You're just going to be trying it. It's not going to, you're going to be hit or miss until you do it enough. It's still a lot of the ideas, especially the ones that we're putting on Tube and stuff now on the YouTube, man, it will change your perspective. It will change so much. It will put you on that path. But that's why I'm like, fuck it. I'm not gatekeeping. All my favorite strategies, someone's going to fucking throw it out there in the world anyways, you know? At least I'm going to teach it right. At least if my strategies are going on YouTube, I'm going to get you the juice behind why they work because there's macro involved. You know what I mean? With specific strategies in particular, man. Anyways, that's what we do. I think, oh yeah, that is what we're, okay. So I haven't done the promo yet, and it's going to be limited amount and stuff, but we're going to start our Black Friday sale now, I guess, for the people on the stream. It's 40% off. A lot of the stuff here. Coupon is good for monthly, annual, the original guide. Code is BF40, y'all. I don't know if Tanner's here, but he'll put it in the chat. BF40. That's our biggest sale we'll ever do, basically, so. BF40. But that's the point. I do it every single day so they can see me trade well and trade bad, you know? But most importantly, the process and the thought process behind everything. The self-speak, you know? This, where I'm just like, just blurting out my my thoughts and feelings and shit, you know? In real time. The shirtless Webby guys. That is the juice, because those are the little moments in time throughout a year that you can't put in a guide, if that makes sense. Do you know what I'm trying to say? You got to be there. You got to be watching the price action. You got to listen to the webinar in real time. Watch the shit manifest all together. And then it can cement, it can root in your mind that this actually works. You know what I mean? So that's why, and I've been filming everything. I throughout my career haven't filmed everything like this, like we've been doing. But since we do webinars every single day, one-on-ones every day, I'm doing all the things every day, and recording them and putting them up, I think it's giving more belief to a lot of you. You know, when you get to just continue to see it work, because everyone needs reason. Everyone's so scared all the time. And hopefully you'll start to see that it doesn't hurt. What I do when I'm wrong is the easiest the trade is. Like I said, that's supposed to be the easy part of the trade, is cutting. No work involved. Open my sell order, click the button. And when the trade works, and now I've got multiple price targets and I have got to ride the fucking dragon. All right, now it's time to fucking work. You know, it's tough. But I know that also I get a boost from the fact that, okay, if I've closed my sell order, because that means my trade's working right now, every time. The more I'm open, so for those who don't know in the stream, but it's just my process, unless it's too illiquid with too much size. When I enter a position on a reversal, I immediately open my market order to sell all of it. And it's just a click of a button. I don't set a stop. I open a market order and I hover my little mouse and my finger over my mouse like this. And I sit like this, hovering over the mouse until it gets far enough away from my position and starts heading towards target one. The second it starts heading towards target one, I close it and I open my sell order to take profits. This is process shit, you know? This is execution stuff. That way, when it quickly goes to VWAP, I don't have an excuse like, oh, that was so fast. You know, there's none of that. Or when I take my position and it breaks down, there's no, oh, it was too fast, right? A lot of times it doesn't happen where I'm buying it anyways. That, oh, it was too fast, all that comes from buying highs and highs and highs and highs. But you'll see. You'll see. We're not doing TT today. We're going to do TT in here live together, but not live for you guys. It's just going to be the pack or the students in here today. Am I at the conference in Vegas? Nope. I was thinking about going, but I'm not. Anyways, INBS doing its thing. We'll look at a few more tickers and then we're going to pivot. Look, they're doing the weird stuff already, okay? So, great example right now, all right? And I say they, I mean the computers and stuff in the matrix. They've double bottomed. They've double bottomed the quadruple top, all right? support and resistance wise. You see what I'm saying? There's a level. That level that we drew earlier is holding nicely. Double bottom, higher low. All right. Double bottom, higher low. So we'll see. Are they going to hold a $1.40 into the afternoon? Right? Are they going to break that level down? My game, once this midday support has been established like this, is to let them break it down first if I can. Does that make sense? That's all I want to do. First, I want to see this go through here. All right? This is fucking important, guys. If you're on the stream and you haven't, smash the like. We're just dropping it, you know? We're just dropping it. Who cares? We'll just tell you everything. That's what I've been looking for and had the most success with for afternoon trades, has not been buying like this right now and risking here. Does that make sense? Okay. Even though it looks super attractive, has not been so much this entry. Because, I mean, this entry here, right? If we're talking about this sort of entry in here, risking lows at a buck, whatever that is, $1.37, $1.38, right? I can get good risk reward in this area still. Not to VWAP. Target in an area like this is not VWAP, by the way, if that makes sense to you guys. Targets for me on something like this are still... It essentially becomes high a day and lower high are the two areas I start looking at. There's a lower high here too. Also got to see what shorts are looking at, right? Which in my eyes is this. Not just shorts, but longs. I think that was kind of setting up, right? So I think we've got probably some buyers stepping in here. Maybe some shorts see this and start to cover. Does this make sense? Downtrend. So I'll look at downtrend. I look at uptrend, right? If you're a short and you see this happen, fuck yeah, you might be hitting it right there. You know what I mean? Not me personally, but, and that is the point, is that these shorts might squeeze these shorts, might squeeze these shorts. That's how that chain reaction works. Just like the opposite happens. If there are stops and stops, and you see the stock get below 2, stop everyone out, you can see the triggering of stops. And that is what you're seeing when you're seeing algorithmic trading, especially. Triggering of stops at highs, triggering of stops at lows. So that's why I say on something like this, I don't know, maybe they're sucking longs in, and I'm just how I'm trying to look at it, right? Let it test one more time for me. I want to see this breakdown, okay? I want to see what happens at that moment, even right now, if it were to, okay? But I am looking for that moment in time where if I've shorted this thing at 2, if I've shorted this thing at $1.90, boom, all right? If I got a good position, whatever it is, if I'm shorting $1.80, risking high a day, all right? That's how I'm looking at it. And right now, they're waiting for that level. They know that that's a key level. If you're short, you're like, okay, if that cracks, you're probably looking at low ones, right? That's what's going on in my head if I'm short. I should have taken some profits already into this weakness, you know, if I was short. If you're shorting the parabolic, even better risk reward there, even though sketchier. But do you see what I'm saying? This is short risk reward right here for a short seller. So I'm looking at it from this lens, like, okay, so what happens when the stock starts to pop back up, you know, and this risk reward for them that was so nice starts to get diminished. They start giving back gains. You know what I mean? Emotionally, shit gets different. So, in other words, if I see this wick hard right here, like that, a little wick through lows and hold, I'm going to try to buy it. Does that make sense? And I'm going to sit on it. I'm going to try to get risk probably right around that level too. Maybe not, I might not even use it, depending on how they break it down. I might not even use that low. I might continue to actually use that low. So that's what I'm saying. If I were to be long here right now and got stopped out, I would watch it to potentially re-enter. There aren't any other strategies or entry ideas for me other than when I'm playing off lows like this or these ideas. where when I exit, if I'm wrong, I want to re-exit for some reason. Where it's an actual impulse that should be an impulse if I see what I need to see. And it traps. Does that make sense? If I'm buying a breakout and it fails, I don't want to retry to buy the break. In other words. It says I lost people. Did I lose you guys? You guys enjoying the stream? I hope so. I hope so. We're just trying to get good info to you guys. That's all. Trying to get you guys a better way of trading, a safer platform upon which to build your trading career on in terms of how to long small cap, mid cap, but smaller cap and mid cap stocks especially. Okay? Should we wrap this up or you guys want me to keep going? I'll leave it up to YouTube for now. More? All right. We'll keep it rolling for now. But only if you smash the like. Or just press it gently. I don't care how you do it. Anyways, I'm going to have no voice tonight, but. So that's what I'm looking for in INVO. I'm looking for this to hopefully break down. If it's for an ideal setup for me, would be, yeah, break down to like 136, 135 on with volume. Okay? With volume. And then a perfect wick up. That'd be great. Okay? In terms of like, okay, I've seen a break, I'll try it. And then if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. You know what I mean? But at least I'm not getting in front of it all the time, especially if you're under PDT. And there's a lot of PDT cats, right? You know, it's easy for me to say when I could just sell it, get back in and whatever, willy-nilly. But if I'm under PDT these days, especially, I'm waiting for that and using those ideas, okay? This will be my top watch going into the afternoon for a push. This is so fucking important right now. This is so important. Hold on. The way we've seen gappers lately, if these things, man, sorry. The way we've seen gappers lately, this entry to me, this is the overnight entry for me. Okay? If I have conviction, I don't care what market I'm in when I'm looking for overnights, all right? This is so important. The overnight trades, if I'm not up going about 15, 20%, if I don't have cushion, okay, on my position going into the close, I don't like to overnight stocks. I don't like that trade's P&L and percentage gain or loss to live and die with the gap the next day. Does that make sense? I hate it. People are like, oh, do you sit around and watch? I go, no, fucking sit around and watch. Are you kidding me? You know what I mean? If you're overnight, you should have conviction in it. But for me, the only way I can do that is by being, woo. Okay, so there's the breakdown. Too much of a breakdown for me already for the time being. And I don't have level 2 up at the moment. And I don't have DAS up either at the moment. So I don't have my good level 2. That ain't it though, to me. Not yet. 139, 131, that was a 10-cent crack. That stops though. Did you see that candle? Did you see the volume, right? Those are stops that were just taken there. I would have liked to see it hold a little bit more quickly myself, you know? 138. Was that low, right? Let's watch. Let's watch for, and this is really, really important to me that I watch these too, because even if I'm not trading them, The next time, like, let's see how this candle, if this 5 minute closes. That's what it looks like when stops are taken out, though. If I thought this was trapping hard right now, personally, I could be wrong. But if I thought that this would be trapping, we would have seen it reclaim by now already in my eyes. It would have wicked out down there, even on the 1 minute. All right. Let's check it out, though. Let's see. Let's see if maybe the 5 minute wicks it out, right? When I say wick out, like, I mean, it ends up that body being back over that resistance level, that support level, to where if I'm short, it freaks me out a little bit. Does that make sense? Where I'm like, you know what? That was the bottom. I should have just covered the rest of my shares there. That moment right there that we just saw, not just stops were triggered, but new shorts step in. There are people who are shorting that, trying to take it down to $1 right now. Promise you. I promise. Just like if this were the opposite looking chart, there are people buying through those levels, trying to get it to high a day or whatever. Okay. But it's doing pretty much what we kind of predicted it was going to do so far, right? Which is they had that little bit of support that they set up. There were clearly stops there, okay? I don't know. That might have been the moment. 5 minutes, 2 more minutes till that minute candle, 5 minute candle closes, right? But this, to me right now, guys, this is so important, you know, that what just happened to me, if this does not continue to break down, is the bottom. Does that make sense? In my eyes, at least. I've been super patient. I've watched the levels set up. I've watched them crack. They took more stops out there. So what's the idea here? There's 2 ideas, all right? If it can reclaim in the next minute or two, this region, you know, I could use that. You could use $1.31. I'd probably, just depends. Depends how this is going to act, risk-wise. I do one of 2 things. I usually either throw my position back on with original risk. In this case, I couldn't. It's not even gotten back over that level. Does that make sense? Most of the time, if I've seen on the 1 minute at least, if this is trapping, it would have already reclaimed. It would have taken stops out and then immediately gone right back up. And you know that feeling, right? Where you get stopped and it's just the bottom. You know what I'm saying? You're like, oh, you're like, that's stupid. Why? Did that just happen? Okay. Do you know how fucking awesome that is if that's the way your trading's going? Do you know what that means to me? You're fucking close to the bottom. It's a big deal to me, guys. You know? You don't just start dip buying and looking for reversals and then find the bottom all the time. That does not fucking happen. I don't find the bottom all the time. You know what I mean? Some weeks I find all the bottoms. Smack them. A lot of times I'm not perfect, you know what I mean? But a lot of times I think I've seen the bottom and it's not. But you guys are already starting to experience how when the trades don't work, what they look like too, right? Which is not as bad as when you're trying to buy highs a day and breakouts and those don't work. When those don't work, when this shit doesn't work right here, look. When this entry right there, that entry doesn't work, look what happens on the back end of that. You know what I mean? That is where all the really bad shit happens to people. No matter what, don't care who you are. This entry here, right? This one, this entry are dog shit entries. They're the worst. That's where everyone is. The most emotional, the biggest lack of risk reward defined, like the most emotional part of the chart in my eyes. In my eyes, this is I sell to this person and I sell to this starry-eyed person. Right? Does that make sense? Again, just from experience, when you start watching these things break down, not everything that breaks down midday is going to short trap. You know what I mean? But the ones that do, and when you see it happen over and over and over, that's why I sit there kind of anxious, like ready to see if it's going to trigger that for me. You know what I mean? Is it's going to trigger that, like, oh, they're trapping it. I saw it. I saw them hold. I saw it soak. Whatever I need to see there, right? In this case, we're kind of seeing weakness. We're seeing this support turn into resistance right now. In other words, we're seeing technical analysis 101 playing out price action wise. Okay. I think double bottom, right? And then I think this area right here where we were just riding this line brought in some longs too. If you look, just a little perk in volume during this period of time. And then they took out the stops. So at this point, it goes back to everything we talked about earlier, right? Which is all these entries up here. I still look at the chart like this. You know what I mean? We talked about it way earlier. Look at that. This is how it always ends up for me, guys. Almost always. We get a couple that go nuts, right? Whatever. It's fine. But this had 100% range already in it. 1 to 2. It's a crazy range, right? 100% range. It's just about not chasing, you know? Nothing was better. There was no better entry than the dip buy this morning, period, at all today on this ticker, all right? Everyone's underwater. Shorts are getting paid now. Not these shorts. Remember, there were shorts this morning. This is the other thing I always like to think about, right? Which is, just like there were buyers here, there were people shorting right here. And if they weren't covering into the weakness, that's what creates that halt up. Does that make sense? If these people here are not, if that is not being shorted into those new highs, this does not spike like that if there are no shorts. All right. So a lot of lessons, a lot of stuff to kind of unpack price action wise, but assume you're starting all over again. How would you approach and find your edge with everything I'm teaching right now? It would be figure out how to buy reversals off lows, because it's the only place that you're not going to get fucked by the algorithms and the companies, period. It's where the least risk is when you're wrong. It gives you the biggest margin of error to take profits and not be 100% on and make money. It gives you the best margin of error when the trade partially works. You know, you lock, you de-risk, you still make money. And then at the end of the day, everyone else is trading breakouts. They're all trading strength. It's anything anyone trades, period. And all of those people you get to sell to. That's edge to me. When I can be a contrarian, I can go against the grain, I can come up with my own strategies, I can actually buy this shit low and actually sell it high with rhyme and reason every day. You know what I'm saying? That's what people struggle, because it's your emotions that you buy here. People buy here because their emotions. That's it. You know, people bought this shit too, right? When it gapped up, for sure. For sure, people bought that. This whole thing. And then you realize, oh my God, everyone who bought it is red. Except for guess who, you know who. If I had been buying it this morning and had shares left, right? On a dip buy. The best spot always, whatever that low is. Okay? Look at the margin of error at the end of the day, always on these things. They all go down. Most of them end up by their lows at some point, or they close near their highs. But they're going to go back to their lows. And then they're going to go back to their highs. Until the algorithm's done, or whoever the institutional person is done using this stock for whatever purpose they're using it for. You know what I'm saying? No, I mean, the algorithms are everywhere, you know? So like if you want to invest, that's a whole different ball game, but I think it's all the same pretty much in terms of technical analysis and having macro. I think investing obviously is just different. You got to actually be able to figure out if companies are valuable or not. I think the best investors, they're good at valuating companies. I don't want to do that so much, you know? But that's that, man. Look, can't forget this already ran on big fucking volume. I keep looking at this, getting sucked into the minute myself. You know what I mean? No wonder this thing got stuffed too. There's still baggies. There's still people bagged on this, guys. You know? This was what, 2 weeks ago that they gapped up from 40 cents and ran to 3.20 to $3. Oh, that was on the back of TPST, right? And OPGN. They were one of these ones. So yeah, I mean, honestly, the daily chart for me would have eliminated a trade for me personally for the most part on this ticker today. Nice big fade under $1 though is okay. But then macro wise, you know, it's been played out already, this ticker, at least for me a little bit. So we'll see. I don't really want to do much with it at this point. And this is why macro is so important. So thanks for kind of the reminder, is that if I'm bagged at 3 right now, if I'm bagged at 250, if I was bagged at $2 on INVO, and you know, and you guys all know what that feels like. For some reason I'm bagged and it went down to 60 cents and I just watched all of the investment go away. And today it got back up to $2 somehow and it was spiking to 2. Fuck yeah, that feels like a victory when I sell it. So there's going to be leftover supply, in other words, from that day. Does that make sense? That's why first part of my process after overall markets and small cap, and I get to a ticker that I like, is to go to their daily chart. And this daily chart would have eliminated most of the trade for me in the beginning of the day. You know, we didn't get to do pre-market prep and stuff today. So it kind of sucks. But I can tell you, if we got to pre-market prep and I saw this pre-market, yeah, I would have a little bit of cause for concern, you know, for bag holders from this day. Okay. Yeah, there's nothing on my scan particularly that I feel like buying. We got MRI still, MRAI curling up a little bit, right? Kind of end of day. But we get into this game again. And so if this starts to spike, you know, that's when it would, back in the day, that's when it would start to attract me. But just like anyone else, that's when it's attracting the rest of the people too. And as it starts to go, especially, you guys know, 55 cents, 60, 70 cents, risk is so much greater, but reward becomes diminished. So still kind of eyeing that a little bit on MRAI. Pretty decent base there, but my plan's to not trade anything really, I think. Kind of let the week ride and to keep my fucking money from the week. I had some great trades this week, you know, some really great trades. And I got the biggest one is brewing right now, you know, from the week on a reverse split swing. And then, let's see what we got. Sorry, keep banging this around. Okay. Did I play T-Con? No, I didn't. I did not. Little reversal there though, huh? You got a piece of that reversal? Did you? Yeah. Little reversal there, just in my eyes, it's just kind of getting into random areas where maybe it should hold. We might see this honestly turn into some kind of multi-day move. The ones that do really big volume, guys, the bottom bouncers with huge volume, those are the ones I've been watching to potentially dip by, you know, and potentially dip by them back where they came from. It's weird. They'll go like 10 cents to 20, back to 10, 11, and then go back to 20 again. So it's not. There are some pretty powerful scenarios in small cap with those tickers. It's just a matter of kind of getting through them. What's my opinion on Keltner channels? Never used them. I try to keep it really simple. Just VWAP. I want to see, you know, everyone's kind of using VWAP. I use those. I just use VWAP for the most part. Key levels. I try to keep it so simple, you guys. I've not found an indicator that's improved this process of mine. If there was another indicator that improved my accuracy or my process and didn't give me weird, stupid ideas, I would add it in a second. I tried almost everything. I've tried Heikin-Ashi candles. That when I see ads with this one guy all the time where he's like, "Oh, this magic shit." They're Heikin-Ashi candles. It's like, it's not like we'll probably have them right here. Look, Heikin-Ashi. Right? He's like, "Look at your charts and then look at my charts." I'm serious. That's the whole ad is like this guy. He's like, "Oh, look how clean mine is. It's just green, you know?" And it does look kind of clean, doesn't it? They use different math behind the bars, averages of the past candle, and there's different ways, whatever, right? It still always looks really attractive to me when I look at Heikin-Ashi candles, though. Like there is something there, you know? But it's really, I tried them for a long time. So that's all I'm saying. I've literally tried so much else. Do I play the 9 EMA off of the VWAP bounce? Dude, I don't play a 9 EMA. I just, you know, just VWAP. So I couldn't tell you where the 9 EMA is, and I don't fucking care about it, honestly. And if it works for you, then use it. I've tried EMAs. I've tried multiple variations of the 6 and the 9 EMA, and then it always fucks up. I'm just kidding, but not kidding. I don't, it's just for me. Okay. Now we're gonna do, let's just do Q&A, I guess. Can I go over dilution tracker? What about it? I can. This is one of the websites that made its way into my process. You know what I mean? My trading process is specific, and there are tools that I specifically use, and this is one of the ones that made its way in because it took a part of my trading process and made it more convenient and faster. That is the whole thing. I'm trying to do my diligence on these stocks. I'm trying to figure out what I need to figure out as fast as I fucking can. By the time they hit my scan, I need to be able to do it in a minute, 2 minutes. That's what everything's built upon. And that's why the steps actually happen in a certain order, because I know that if the markets suck today, or the markets suck and that's been affecting small cap, and the markets suck, then I need to be chill. You know that. So we start at the top with the overall markets. How have they been affecting small cap? And if that relationship ends up being favorable for me trading small cap today, then I trade small cap today, right? Heavily, whatever it may be. And then it's small cap. What patterns have been working? What price ranges are running? What catalysts are moving stocks? What sectors? Okay. Where did this, if there's big runners like we saw on LIFW, where did that stock come from? Where did it go to? What time of day was it? What pattern worked on that ticker? Okay. All of these things I start to think about. Let's find the next one. You know, that's what the process is. So that's part 2. All right. That means I'm going to get hopefully to my scan and this scan in the morning. And just like you guys have experienced, okay? When TPST went, all I did was scan for 50-cent stocks for the rest of the week, pretty much. When LIFW hit this week, all I was looking for were reverse splits pretty much up until yesterday, right? We saw reverse splits around Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday this week. ASTR, PXMD, LIFW, a couple others. NVOS, right? And now it's kind of like, all right, we're back into like bottom bouncer territory. INVO, obviously. Biotech, right? Those fucking candles. But goes to show, okay? Goes to show that stocks can set up how you want them to. And I may have thesis, but like price action does trump it. So I want to see it break. I want to see how it reacts when it breaks. And you guys could, I mean, are you guys with me on this at home and in here? Like when that broke down, it wasn't trapping. Does that make sense? Did you see that? Did you notice what I mean? I don't know if it never reclaimed. It never reclaimed that support level. When it traps, it reclaims it so fast that shorts are like, fuck, I couldn't get any out. You know what I'm saying? It's palpable, in other words, I think. When it's going to potentially be a trap, it's palpable. If you're looking at it from the lens like you're rooting for it to go down more. You know what I mean?
It should be like clearing out those shorts.
Oh, yeah. It's going to clear stops. It's going to clear stops, and shorts are going to jump in and try to short, and they're immediately down on their position too.
Because you want to see it swipe back up.
It's got to swipe up.
Yeah.
It's got to swipe.
Yeah.
If there's no swipe back above support, it's not doing it. You know what I mean? That's why, and look at that. This bit of patience and understanding that I'd rather watch the levels break down right now than try to play the levels as they're being set up by this computer. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? But at least if I'm fucking with it, I got to fuck with it near lows. Because likely I'm right about the right spot where they're going to probably turn it back towards highs again. You know what I mean? Maybe they break it down all the way back down towards a buck. And then we see it but we've seen these do this. Like go to 2, hold a buck into the afternoon after they faded all day, and then squeeze to like a $1.70 after hours. What was that ticker? We saw that last week. I think you're right. I had good trades on T-Non, but exactly. Look at that. That's it. Look at that. Right? Watch this. Morning spike, $1.80. Break it down, super weak. Break down end of day too. Down towards a buck. Buck hold, $1.70. Right? So the dollar is important. And this was specifically a reverse split pump too. I forgot this was one of the pumps this week, right? This is one of them. Right there. We had some great trades here this week on TNON. Oh, cool, right?
So Roland, on INVO, especially like considering today's action on a day one, does it concern you that they pulled it almost back below a day?
It's not day one. That's the day one. That's why this is the big concern for me at this point is this, and should have been all day. If we sat down and did pre-market real process together, you know, we kind of sat down and just whatever's running, we're throwing the charts up. If we would have sat down pre-market, I would have said, well, I just don't like this day. Literally, that's it. Look at the volume too. 100 million that day. Gap up. That's the problem to me, is that at some point, I think this went even further than I would have imagined it if we would have went back to pre-market. All right. In my head, I guess.
So what if it had the same action and it was actually day one?
Like this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't see your chart.
Thanks, buddy. Look how they even rode that little trend line too. I'm telling you. Yeah, at this point, there's only one trade idea left, which is this, which is literally this. Oh, look, full circle back to where I should have entered this morning anyways. You know what I mean? All the way back, right? All the way fucking back down, like we keep talking about. And the people who are shorting it up here are getting their full targets met, right? Their targets, which are back down towards low a day. And then there are a lot of shorts, like I said, a lot of shorts, what they're going to see is like all the way, you know, that in their heads. So it's cool, man. It is what it is. Like the more you're going to do this, the more you're going to see that from beginning today, the day to the end of the day, all these charts that you look at go from lows to highs, and they are going to head towards back to lows. And this dynamic is why we talked about why I wasn't buying this shit up here earlier, right? We literally had this conversation earlier. If you guys go back in this webinar today, you know, we put our little thing here like this, like that. Yeah, we could risk here, right? You could. But why do I want to risk here when I'm fairly certain at some point, by the end of the day, it's actually going here? Do you know what I'm saying? This is what I'm trying to tell. This is the point I'm trying to get through to everyone, is that these little dip buys at VWAP, these little fucking stupid things that everyone does, thinking that they're doing something good, are spots where you're supposed to be selling, where we sell. My students sell to these levels, right? And that nothing else matters in between from a macro perspective. If I were to place a trade this morning, and if I were to have taken that trade and walked away, what were what could I feel good about it with no stop? Ask yourself that. Ask yourself, if you took a position here, right? And then you walked away with no stop, what it would look like tomorrow. Are you going to be okay or not? If the answer is no, you've not mitigated risk in your small cap trade, in my eyes. And I'm not saying it's the only way. I have plenty of students who do great trading momentum and doing other things, you know? But I think even they could maximize trading better for themselves personally in this environment. So I hope that really makes sense. Does that make sense to you guys? Yeah. That it's not just about, look, I mean, I could trade it up there if we wanted. I could have waited till it got right nice down snug and close and gotten fucking 1 to 30 risk reward, like back to high a day or something stupid, right? By getting my entry tight enough and having risk tight enough. And then that would have to work 1 to 20 back to, like, that's what I'm saying. People, you can fool yourself into thinking you have great risk reward, but then you're just playing random levels, because at the end of the day, this algorithm is going to take it to highs and back to lows. And everything in between is shite to me, risk reward, from a big picture perspective. Okay. That's it, man. That's it. So yeah, this is exactly what I was trying to say earlier when we were looking at this chart, which is, okay, risk reward here, but in my eyes, I make sure to look at it like risk reward here. Big picture. Is my entry good with the range that this stock has today? Right? I know these are going to trade in ranges, so I got to be near lows to sell them near highs. It's just like common sense, you know? Because at the end of the day, what do? We look back at these charts and we fucking like put our hopes and dreams into what we should have done on that shit today, you know? Or like how it, like, you should have cut, you should have done things. First of all, when you're trading areas up near highs, it's the trade is hard to control in the first place. The action's too hard to control. The panics are too much. It's too emotional, you know? And then you just end up with scenarios like this, where all day you're actually, where you're playing is super dangerous. Super dangerous. Even though you think maybe your risk reward is like this, right? Does that make sense? It's going to low a day every fucking time. You have to keep that in your mind when it goes through high a day, right? This person who right now is still holding that bag right here, this one, you know? I mean, what do they see? This is, I promise you, here's what they see. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. Just watch. Sorry. Right? Tell me it's not what they see. Tell me that's not what you see, right? Tell me that's not what everyone sees there. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Hey, is this what you see in chat? Tell me. Let me know if this is a thing, okay? This is what they see.
Well, like in 2020, they would just roll off, right?
For $1 million bucks, you make a big house, don't make me.
Where'd my rocket ship go? Oh, well. Anyways, listen, this is super, and if you are enjoying the stream, smash the like. This is so fucking important, right? What do you see in your head? I remember so vividly, was what trading looked like to me in my head, bro. Right? That's what it looked like to me, man. Just unadulterated green up there somehow. And that, you know what I mean? So that's why I would buy it there. It made total sense. That's all that's up there is more money. You know? Little do they know. Little do they know, you know? Little did I know. Maybe it was this guy. Little did I know, H.C. Wainwright, the companies, right? This is actually what's up there, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't know that, and because of that, right? Because of that, this is exactly what I see. And this is so fucking important. And make sure you smash the like, because if you can get this through your heads, you're going to be better than other traders, period. Right off the fucking bat, guys. Sorry. That's what I see, right? Does this make sense, everyone? Let me know in chat, please. Let me know if this makes sense to you. Because of this dude. And guess who that dude is? That dude's me. I'm serious. I'm not kidding you guys. And it needs to be you. That is who you need to be, the monster. You need to be the fucking wolf. You need to be the fucking dumper of shares to the noobs that are chasing there. This starry-eyed idiot, you are going to be the ones crushing their fucking dreams, okay? You are going to be the one crushing their dreams. You know what I mean? You know? That's pretty much trading in a nutshell, small cap, if you want to do it right, all right? Don't be that guy. We dump that guy. They're going to be crying down here, you know? It's beautiful. This is like, make sure to smash a like, you guys. It's not a joke. It's not, and this is not bullshit. You know, there's a lot of bullshit on YouTube, and this is not that. This is like big picture macro stuff that can get you over certain lines, that can change your trajectory literally forever. Because this mentality, if you can understand this, that this is what mitigating risk looks like to me. And then you pair that with, okay, well, shit, now what happens when it's actually time to take the trade? Well, I need to find that good reversal. I need to get great risk reward. And that is how I become this monster. You know what I mean? That is how I dump to this starry-eyed idiot. Okay? By understanding that their guru just told them to buy there too, probably. That person's guru just alerted that shit. You're literally dumping on other gurus' alerts. And every single moment that this ticker starts to go up towards back highs, there's a guru somewhere buying it and telling people that they bought it and telling people to buy it. Right? At VWAP, there's people, that's their strategy. When it gets over VWAP, I'll buy it because it's strong again. You know what I mean? So Please let me know in chat if this makes sense, you guys. And I know to you guys it already makes sense because we talk about it all the time, right? This concept, though, I don't think rings more true than anything, man. Is like, that's all, you know, that's what happens there. That's why this doesn't work at all. Because where does that person cut when all they see is upside? Guess where? They don't fucking know either. Most likely bag hold, right? Most likely bag hold, or like literally like, how do I make this guy small? Why is he so big? Hold on, I'm trying to make this guy little. Whatever. Why can't I make him little? There we go. Right? Probably like here, finally. Guess where? Low a day, where it's probably about to fucking hold and head back towards high a day. You know what I mean? Now, not specifically INVO because of the macro there in my book, you know, because you have to remember there's these fucking idiots, right? There's those people that are like that. And then when this bounces today, they're like, oh my God, thank God. But they're still going to lose. Does that make sense? That's why at any point when this high gets set on INVO for me, this pattern specifically on the daily gets dangerous because of these people here that when it pops up, get all starry-eyed to just like, oh, I didn't lose all my money on this trade, right? It's almost like a win. So anyways, yeah, it's not ain't rocket science. You got to buy at the bottoms and sell at the tops and make money. And the lower you buy it and the higher you sell it, the more money you make. And the more shares that you have within that scenario, the more money you make. Write that down. Write that down. That, you know, it does feel like I'm taking crazy pills sometimes. And people want to talk shit about buying near lows. Like, oh, it's not sustainable. The win rate's not that high. Like, I don't fucking care if the win rate's not that high. This win rate for me, it could be 20%. I don't care. If I can get such extreme reward to that risk, and then couple that in with like actually being good at calling reversals and seeing reversals and practicing it and narrowing it down and understanding the macro, put a process together and it all comes together for some magical shit where you're trading from the safest possible place. The only way to separate yourself from shitty traders is to do everything that they're not doing. And it's so easy to know what they do. It's what we all do. It's what our instincts are built to tell us to do. You know what I mean? That instinct where like there's two restaurants, there's no line at that one and no one in the restaurant, but there's a huge line over here. That's where you should probably go eat, right? That works against us in the stock market, man. That works against us. To follow the crowd, to just be part of the crowd, you know? Maybe in restaurants it works out. Like maybe you're going to get food poisoning at that one. That's why there's no one over there, you know? But that's the opposite here. It is the total opposite. You know, that whole self-preservation thing. And then green is good, even the colors. And I know the Forex guys like to change their colors and pretend like this is the key to psychology. Maybe try it. You know, if red freaks you out, red turns me on, dude. I'm serious, you know, you can you know, it's not the colors to me. I understand the colors psychology and stuff like that. But anyways, I hope it makes sense. Does that make sense to everyone? Okay. Perspective, expectations, man. How you look at the charts. I'm all based off of, well, you know, let's get this risk what it needs to be. And then is there juice? Is there enough juice in this to make it worth it, me to put my money in this piece of shit for more than 5 seconds, you know? Anyways, that this principle of if you can figure out to sell to these starry-eyed idiots, yourself, essentially, will take you so far in this game, I feel like. Then it's about all the other shit, obviously. Execution, the discipline. Like I talked about, are you getting 1 to 5 really? Where did you cut? You know, you need to be honest with yourself over time. That'd be something I would track. Like, am I actually getting the risk reward that I say I'm getting, or am I fucking lying to myself every day? You know what I mean? There's a difference between executed P&L, risk reward, and what you're actually doing. So it's all good. And for those who are new and you're watching the stream right now, it is what it is. It is what it is. I did this. This is why I know. And then I spent the last 7-8 years working my way to doing the most basic fucking thing, which is buying at the bottom and trying to sell some at the top. Looking for where the bottom is and trying to sell some along the way at each price target that used to get me excited. Every area, like that's how far down this spectrum I've gone, to where it's like, you know what? Every old entry of mine is still a potential entry for everyone else and every other guru. My plan is they are not only I am going to be selling to them and their students forever, because I'm going to be trading from the fucking bottom of each of these charts if I can. Period. And I can sell these. If I get a couple of weeks where I get it to VWAP and high day and pre-market highs, I can make my living for the rest of my life like that. I can keep doing that. You know what I mean? There are not enough amazing breakouts and huge runners from areas of strength that are easy to trade that I can do forever and make money. That's why people don't ever make money doing it for the most part. Outside of big bull markets, I'm talking specifically small cap, but I know that these principles right now are reaching across other instruments, man. Anywhere where algorithms are trading, high HFTs are trading, computers are, we're seeing this play out. Where like breakouts are fucked. You know what I mean? At least in the moment where all of retail likes to buy it. Does that make sense? They're actually going to stop everyone out first. All of retail is going to be fucked first, and then they're going to run it after they've soaked all of the sells of all the shitty retail fucking traders, man. Right? Once all shitty retail sells and they're shaken out, this is true. It's going to go. Not all the time, but y'all know the feeling. You bought the breakout. You fucking held it too long. You sold it. It immediately starts to pop for some reason. And you're like, oh, that kind of sucks. Then you're rebuying the breakout for some reason 5 minutes later, right? And then it gets stuffed again and you're fucking like, no, you know, like, stop it. Come on. Quit playing. I think this has a leak in it or something, but. Shit, guys. So the point is, I'm trying to be in harmony with the dumpers. I'm trying to be in harmony with the institutional investors. I'm trying to be in harmony with the short sellers. These are the players that I want to also be with. I am trying to take advantage of the retail longs, of the people watching this webinar. Not these people. I am trying to help you guys not get fucked by everyone else. Okay? Because everyone's trying to fuck you. So if you can really understand that, you will settle into the fact that you're going to miss a lot of plays, that these things go without me all the time, but I don't care. I let them go without me for a specific reason, you know? A multitude of specific reasons, okay? Hey, bro, could you give me one black coffee? I appreciate it. Thank you. If you're enjoying this longer than average webinar, please smash the like. Subscribe. For those who are asking, Instagram and Twitter, it's just Roland Wolf 86. Okay. The rest of the 1,000 Roland Wolves are scammers. If someone slides in your DM asking for Bitcoin, it's a scammer. It's not me. Just felt like I should say that right now, too. Okay. Any trades? I haven't placed any trades today at all as of now. listen, the people who are like, and I love that you guys are stepping up and saying you feel like an idiot. It's fine, man. You know what? You're watching this webinar right now. And now you're never going to be able to unsee what you fucking, or unknow what you have just learned, guys. I promise you. You're going to keep doing it. Just because you know doesn't mean you're not. And I only know because this is my, guys, it doesn't just, only Steele in the chat was like, I'm never buying high day again. And I don't think he has since then. It's been a year maybe. For those who know Steele in chat, shout out to Steele. For some of you, it's going to make so much sense, but then you are going to get there. And it's like, you're still going to find yourself doing dumb shit is all I'm going to say. You're going to find yourself buying through high a day because you can't fucking help it yet. But you are going to start to also see exactly what I'm talking about, which is you can't unlearn this now. Every time you buy a fucking high a day break and you get butt fucked by it, you're going to think of me. You're going to see this fucking face every time you get, yeah, let's reword that one. What's that? MR. Oh, MR. Oh, MRI? Is it doing it? Oh, God, it did it. Cool. Again, so fucking awesome, guys. You know, I guess maybe you should take some. But, cool, right? So here's the whole point of this, though. Here's the whole point of this is that obviously, hey guys, we gotta keep it down for a sec. And then we'll get to it. Hey, y'all already know right now, but this is what I see, right? All right. We already know this, that there's no fucking trade left here for me. Does that make sense? Right? This is a big deal, man. This is going to eliminate so much shit because all the noobs, they're getting fucking goddamn excited again. This guy is like back. All, you know, he just got screwed this morning. You know, he probably bought it here too, this guy. And where's this guy? Where are you at? I'm talking about this guy right here. Yeah. Hey, get back over here. Anyways, you know, this guy who cut down here is also just probably bought it right there. Do you know what I'm saying? So here's that high day line. This is the entry for every freaking noob ever and their guru. And either that or they're fucking waiting for 86, right? Seriously, I'm serious. They're waiting for 86, some of them. So for me, it's like, God, dude, you know? And this guy still only sees this, by the way. Right? So I see that I'm supposed to be probably down to half of my shares by now, right? I see that price target 1 was just hit on what should have been the only trade here all day. It's been there for you too, right? I should have smacked it a little bit maybe. This risk reward idea, okay? VWAP was first target back then. Should have still been first target. So I would have been selling, technically speaking, into 65 cents. Next target is right here, 70 cents. So it's kind of that region, right? If we get through VWAP. Target 2. I'd say target 3 for me right here would probably be 85. Okay. Using what the chart's giving us. And so I would have 4 targets technically here. And then a buck. And then anything beyond a buck is the home run. You know what I mean? This is how I dictate what a single is. The single to me is to VWAP, guys. That's the single, right? You could even go single, double, triple, home run, if that's how you want to do it. But in my eyes, I need to get 1 to 3 minimum for the single to VWAP, man. We're talking about margin of error again. It's fucking important, you know? And then I take a little bit, I take a quarter off here, a quarter off here, a quarter off here, however you want to do it based on the markets and everything else that's going into the trade, obviously, right? Your conviction, in other words. But the most important dynamic here still for me, since I have no position, is this, that's gone. The edge, the good risk reward, the being a contrarian, the buying of the bottom, the selling to the sheep, all of that. If I want to play right now, I am playing the same game that everyone in their everyone's playing, right? Do you know how much this guy's shitting himself if he didn't already cut his loss? You know, this guy right here who just bought that. And you know what's funny to me? You know what's even crazier about that? Is like, this is me being really polite. Like, when I was new, this was me, man. You know what I'm saying? I would not have considered that chasing when I started trading, and even for a long ass time, right? If I was buying there, this is still the breakout, you know, it's kind of going up. Like that's just how it would work. I would end up somewhere in here. Right now I'd be shitting myself. I would have stopped myself out when I started, because obviously it went back through the high of day. Okay. Does this make sense? I would have stopped out and then probably been stopped out if this holds, right? Like this is right now. See that? So you can't risk the breakout level, even though it's the safest place to risk. That almost never works. But if you're going to risk anything else, where do I risk here? Well, now I'd make a case for, I guess, 70 cents or something like that would be the safest now, okay? But guess what I'm supposed to be doing up here? Selling. Right now, I'm supposed to have a third, 2/3, 3/4, a tenth, however much of my shares left. And I'm supposed to be patiently seeing if I can't get those to 85 cents. Does that make sense? Taking price action into consideration too, of course. But ultimately kicking back and letting the trade work for me now. I've locked into VWAP. Hopefully I'm going to lock into 85 cents. Hopefully I'm going to lock into $1. I'm going to put my little triangles where they need to be, in other words, right? So for those who are watching at home and who have sucked and who this is the first time you've ever got to sit down with me and try to learn something different than what everyone else is teaching, understand this starry-eyed person that is our impulsive trader. When we want to buy, you know, and we get attracted to something, we need to make sure that we only get turned on in the right spots. You know what I mean? I want to make sure that those impulses to trade come at the right times. Not through highs of day. I know I'm supposed to sell there. Not through pre-market highs. I know I'm supposed to sell there. Okay? So like I said, I'm rooting for this to go down. And then when I see the bottom, that's when I need to light up. That's when it's like, I think I've seen the bottom. Let's put our chips where they may fall. And I'm not saying every single trade I'm finding the exact bottom. You know what I mean? But for the most part, a trade like this, it gave you all fucking day. There's no excuse to ever chase something like this. Does that make sense? You know why people would chase something like this? Because they were sitting there watching it and maybe they had the idea to trade it. Okay? Like I did. I had that. We were like looking like, huh, good range to highs, decent, nice hold of a pretty key level today, right? If you go back that we've been talking about, we drew that out this morning. Okay? This is the area where I need to, you know, and I do. You see me start to play this game right here. All right, you saw it earlier. That's when you start to see me play this game where I'm throwing out risk reward. I got to find out what my max entry is going to be to get that good RR to VWAP. In case, guess what? And this could have, and look at the volume that came in too. But this could have very easily failed at VWAP too. All right, with high a day above. Short step in, take it back, whatever it is, right? Look at that, guys. Ha, cool. Look, target 2. So right now, I should have been taking profits at target 2. Okay? And if I took profits at target 2, that buys me the patience to then sit around for target 3. Does that make sense? Super conviction in a trade, instead of taking half off here, I'm taking a 10th off. And I'm taking a 10th off. I'm trying to get all of it to pre-market highs, and I'm trying to keep some to get through those pre-market highs. Does that make sense too? The more conviction, the less I'm going to size out into VWAP. on this trade. Okay?
So it's keeping those price levels in your head that gives you more patience to hold.
Totally. Not even in my head. Draw them out, man. Like, look what we just did. I told you, like, if I would have gotten the opportunity, which we didn't, this is hypothetical trading, which I hate. But with my trading is when you go watch my trades, this is what it looks like. It's the same. There's no like, I don't know what he's doing kind of, you know what I'm saying? At least with my trading, and that's why I think it helps. The teaching of it has been really easy lately. There's not really any surprise as to what it is. You see what it is. You know what I mean? And then you see, like, if I'm talking about it, that's not what it is. They match, you know, when I trade. Had I traded this, that's just what you would have seen. I'd sell into where I need to sell those first shares, buy patience for target 2, buy patience for target 3. With this frame of like so much. Now, when I say margin of error, risk is tight. So it's actually not quite the most accurate thing to say. But it also is. In terms of when the trades work, it gives me the best chance to still make money. When they don't work to my exact plan. Does that make sense? So like, in other words, when I sell into VWAP as target 1, okay, I don't get target 2 and then the trade breaks down. I'm either break even or sometimes I make money still from that trade. You know what I mean? When you trade a breakout and it doesn't work, you make no fucking money ever. Facts. Seriously. You know why? Because it's the top. It's never going back over your price, and you bought it too high and you sold it too low, so you lost money. You know what I mean? Margin of error. That's something I haven't thought about, you know, up until this year, really. What's up?
You have the less you sell, target 1, 2, 3. So typically, percentage of the share.
Boom. It depends. It depends. Sometimes I don't even want, and shitty markets, guys, I don't even want targets 2, 3, and 4. I want one target, the closest one. I'm just going to take a single to it and sell it all. Okay? If we ever encounter 2022 again, I know what to do, and I'll still make money next time. I'll do better. I'll know what to do. Target 1, I'll hit target 1, I'm done for the day. You know what I mean? I'll take singles and I won't care about anything else until I start seeing stocks get back to pre-market highs. And that's a big part of this, guys. And this is actually a big part of why it works so well for me these days, especially in terms of adaptation. It gives me framework. Guys, it gives me framework for so many amazing things to happen mathematically. Does that make sense? It gives me a framework for so many amazing things to happen mathematically and such little downside that, yeah, I can be wrong a lot. The math is going to work over the next 1,000 trades. The math is going to work in my favor. You know? So it is, it's fucking amazing if you can start to implement ideas like this. Shittier market, okay? Sell it all, and I'd sell it like this exact scenario. The way I'd look at this trade, we get into this in a shitty market, right? Would be this. Here's the whole trade here. Perspective, you know, perspective. In other words, having the right perspective. I need to buy it here and just sell into this area when it gets there. That's the single. Okay, good risk reward. Okay, but we're seeing moves like we're seeing on MRI today. You know, and I want to be sure instead of selling it all in a VWAP. And I don't have a system that's like if this then that exact size, exact risk. And you know, this is I have a lot of margin of error even with that, with the sizing and all that stuff. Like if my size is not enough, it's okay. It's still max reward on whatever I'm going to have left. You know, it's just a totally different ball game. So look at that. Sweet, right?
So how do you
Now what's the game? Target 3, right? Target 3. Sweet move. That was a sweet fucking move, man. Right? Took a long time. What time did it move, by the way? This is important. All this shit, all this shit's important to me, okay? When did this start to squeeze today, right? When did it bottom? Then when did it squeeze? All right, 2 p.m. right now. 15-minute candle. Volume came in specifically, clearly this volume right here, right?
And they didn't break down the levels.
Nope, they didn't. Mm-hmm. Pretty much, yeah. Okay. Right? Cool, right? Cool in that it's cool if you get to do this. Yep. Yep. Right? But look at this. You know, it's like, it's not rocket science. When it gets up towards pre-market highs in a buck, it's going to get shorted. Not only is it going to be shorted, but if I'm long, I'm taking profits there. You know, even these guys are going to be taking profits there. Like all the people who are buying the higher lows are going to be taking some profits there. You know what I mean? And guess what? If I sold some in a profit, if I sold some into my second target there, I bought patience to try to get a buck too. You know what I'm saying? Like, and this is where it's just an art. It's not just an art, but I'm not perfect at sizing out. And I use whatever mistakes I make sizing out to carry me into the next trade, if that makes sense. If the market conditions are similar, I use that. In other words, okay, say I trade MRI, I sold it all into VWAP because that's what the markets have been telling me, but then it gets to high day and pre-market highs today. Like, okay, noted, right? Tomorrow, same setup, gap and crop reversal, maybe this end of day reversal, you know, kind of long drawn out base, whatever. Okay. Now, next time I get that position, I might be sizing out half into VWAP. I might not take any off into VWAP sometimes. Seriously, you know, I like to, as a general rule of thumb, take a little bit off. You guys see me sell there when I already know in my heart it's going higher. Does that make sense? If you look at this, if you watch this week's webinars, the point I was trying to prove is how good it feels to even sell $100 to the sheep there. Even though you know what? Am I not maximizing the shares? I don't know. I'm dumping on someone. It's fun. Seriously, there's 100 shares I'm going to sell right now. Who cares? It's 100 shares. I still have 20,000 left. And I was selling 100 shares in areas. You know why? Because I just want to. I want to make sure I put a little fucking red triangle there and sell some to this asshole. Lock it in. Lock it in. And then honestly, oftentimes when I'm locking, it'll tell me more about price action as I'm selling too. You know what I mean? Like you'll just get in the flow. I'll start selling. Sometimes I'll be like, I want to take off a quarter of my position here. And I'll get 100 off, 200 off. And then it's ripping. It's ripping again. You know what I mean? Oh, sweet. You know, sometimes I'm trying to get shares off. It fucking dies. Okay. That's the whole point of this, man. That's the whole point. This is the margin of error I'm talking about on this end of the trade where I don't have to be fucking perfect. I'm not. But you know what? Really fun being perfect with at least some shares. No one else is doing that shit, taking it from the bottom to the top on some shares, you know? So in other words, if this trade, I sell it at VWAP, tomorrow it's at pre-market highs. And it goes to pre-market highs. And then tomorrow I sell some at VWAP. I sell it all at VWAP again, but it goes to pre-market highs again. Okay, I got to listen to that and adjust. And that is what's amazing, is that even the way I size out is built upon making sure that I can maximize the next trade. You know, I don't take the trade. I don't sell it all where I want to sell it, or maybe the trade doesn't work, and then I get sad. Do you know what I'm saying? Sometimes, like, obviously if it rips crazy, it can be sad, but it's the opposite. If I exit a position and it rips, it makes me happy. Guess what that means? Tomorrow, maybe I get to make more money and I don't have to be such a bitch and sell it all into VWAP. Right? Or if it just doesn't work at all, guess what? 2 days in a row, 3 days in a row. Yeah, it's low risk. I can take paper cuts for days and days and weeks and months. Okay? That's fine. But 2 or 3 in a row, I don't want to. I'm not playing to lose, right? I'm playing to make money. I'm playing to feed my family, to perform. Okay? Look at that, guys. Come on now. You know? Come on now. Dip buyers will step in here. A guru will dip buy this. Like, you know what I'm saying? All the shit that happens is happening. The edge is gone. Now you're just going to join everyone else and dip buy. And it may work. It may not work. You know?
So in this scenario, if you still have, say, shares left, and you're on the 1 and 2 target, when do you decide, okay, it's time to close out the rest?
On the rest, after I've bought patience,
Yeah.
that's where I have that margin of error because, and honestly, you guys saw it this week on, you guys saw it on a couple trades, but I think Tnon was one of them, you know, where I was really trying to extend shares, maybe NVOS, I think it was Tnon, but where I was just really trying to extend shares the best that I could. What was the question though? Sorry.
So once you've bought that
Yeah,
payment,
yeah.
right, and you have like a quarter
Yep.
or whatever it is left, how do you decide, okay, it's time to close everything? Obviously, it's gonna be different.
So the cool part about this for me is that if it's a scenario where we have multi-day runners and I already know I'm in the right realm of the things that have been gapping and doing multi-day runs and everything else is all good, sometimes it's literally set my stop. I'll see you tomorrow. NVOS. I had 12,000 shares. I still right now have 1,800 shares right now. I haven't even looked at the fucking thing. I'm long from a buck. You know what I mean? That's what I mean. It allows me to truly do whatever the fuck I want. This is a money trade no matter what. You know what I mean?
Yeah, even if it goes all the way back to your
If my last 1,800 shares of NVOS from $1.10, if NVOS tomorrow went bankrupt, it doesn't matter. I made money still on them, right? You know what I'm saying? I've locked it in. That's where it's at. Okay, it gives me so many amazing things that can happen from a possibility standpoint, and because of the low risk, and you've locked in. So now, no matter what, you've won. Let's see if this is going to do something silly tomorrow. When do I do that? When stocks are doing silly shit. You know what I mean? Or when they're gapping and when they are strong. If they're not, just lock it all. Be cool. It goes with every strategy, you know? We're trying to just maximize what are the stocks doing? Are they gapping? Are they not gapping? Well, if they're not gapping, let's just sell it all into the morning push if I get a morning reversal. Let's just sell it all into VWAP. Let's just sell it all into high day. You know what I mean? Yeah. Sector momentum, biotech phase news, like get a great entry. You're up 80%, 90% going into the close already. Swing some shares. That's what I would do. You know what I mean? If I want. But it allows you to do that. You know what I mean? Without being all fucked up psychologically. In fact, the opposite. You know, if tomorrow I wake up and this gap's down, I still make money. More money from that. You know what I'm trying to say? So you saw me doing on Tnon. I'm lock in, woke up the next day, locked some more in. When it went down, it wasn't the top anymore. But because of my entry, it's all money. You know what I mean? It's all making money. It's crazy, bro.
It's not so much something on a chart. It's more like the big picture that you're keeping in mind those last years.
Yeah, big picture. And how's it setting up? And then how good's my entry? You know, and how much have I locked in? And is it fuck it money at this point? You know, can I just literally say fuck it with these shares? Yeah. And then even then for me, I'm trying to still play the game of like, is it going to gap tomorrow or not? And if I don't think it's going to gap, why not take it all off today? You know what I mean? I'm always trying to maximize it. So, but that creativity and the ability to do different things doesn't occur when you trade momentum. If you're trading momentum, and for those who are here and like to trade momentum, I have no problem with that. You know, I have friends who trade momentum. But the game there is buy strength, sell strength. You know what I mean? Like you can't play the game I play by buying when you buy momentum. You can't play it. I'm sorry. I can still trade momentum. You know what I mean? When the time comes, I'll trade momentum with the best of them, but I don't like it. I don't like not being able to put my trades into context and then have edge over everyone else I'm trading with, you know?
What's a momentum trade look like?
A momentum trade looks like it's something spike, like buying strength pretty much.
You're just buying the spike.
You're just buying strength. It's basically chasing strength. It's what buying breakouts. That's a momentum to me. That's still a momentum trade. It's going up. Anything where it's going up and you are trying to jump on a moving fucking train to ride it up. That's a moment. To me, that's what it is. And that's how it feels. It's a moving train. You're trying to jump onto to keep going in whatever that direction that train's supposed to be going. And that's the problem, is that without the planning and the correct perspective on the trade, unless it just works, you're not prepared for any of the other circumstances. You're actually not even prepared for if it works. Do you know what I'm trying to say? That's the whole problem. You're not even, and you're definitely not prepared for when it drops. You know what I mean? When you don't see the red and the downside. So, yes. Hey, 1 second, guys. I'm going to be back in 30 seconds.
Talk to you now? From lows or? Yeah, 55.
You're like, whoa.
Oh, never worked out. Waiting for this one.
Did you buy the first dip like out of the gate, or be more of the second one, right? It's pretty something more there.
Yeah, it's still that first. Oh, so that, I got it.
That second green came up with a big red drop, and you bought it.
I was trying to hit the bottom and it started getting.
Oh, yeah, you were there.
So if you buy in that second green candle after another red, like a big red drop.
Yeah, right out of the open.
It's like 40, but yeah.
And you sold it when,
You know, like these things you knocking on some off. I got it on. Well.
Yeah, I wanted to make it like, you know, like a normally trigger. It's distracting, you know, like I like trading at lunch at home where I'm like,
Well, and that is, I will move it, dump it all.
yeah.
You probably got this.
Right. Worked out exactly as you were explaining it. That's awesome. Yeah. Let this thing go.
I like.
Oh, right.
So, that's fine.
Yeah. Getting careful with all.
Side out.
Yeah. Interesting. So you can't buy and do one sell.
Right. You can buy and sell.
It's, yeah, that's strange.
And one of something.
POS.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, you can kind of do either or. It's either one buy and multiple sell, and one, or multiple buy and one sell.
As long as it's just one.
One
Oh,
buy.
okay.
Yeah.
See, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's weird. I mean, like I've been using a cash account, and like I asked them yesterday, I was like, why don't you just switch to cash account? Like I'd rather have all my money ready to go. I want to go again. I'd probably consider that.
And that's how I do it. Like, because I just right now, it's just like. Number 18 answers.
Yeah.
thanks, bro.
Yeah, but now it's like, unless I can pretty much go all in, I
forgot how pretty it is.
Right, or they need to like.
From up here.
Yeah, it makes you disciplined for sure. Yeah, no choice.
All right. Let's go. You know what sucks? Having the most points in your fantasy football league and being in 11th of 12th place. I'm just going to let you guys know. It's some bull. No. Nope. Nope. Don't care. Like the price of them, you mean?
Yeah.
Or if it's hard to borrow and yeah, I mean, I'm aware of it, but I won't really take too much into account. All right. We're going to quickly do Q&A from home and in here. We're going to see kind of what's going on into the close. Really? All right. All right. Sorry if I've missed your questions. Well, we'll get to them right now. Look at a few tickers too while we're at it. Yep. Nothing good comes off of buying through highs. Just nothing. Once in a while it does. And for some people, that once in a while that works for them fuels like the next 3 years of trying that shit. You know what I mean? It doesn't, it's just so crazy, man. You guys have to, and gals have to understand that this dynamic needs to be ingrained into your head that use the daily range, okay? Use the range from the morning. Use the morning range. Use the first, take the hour, 1 hour into the day, the high and the low. Take this little box. If you don't have one, draw it out, do whatever you need. And make sure that you're on the right side of this fucking very basic idea. Okay? Very basic. Fuck the patterns, man. Honestly, fuck all the patterns. All right? If nothing else, if I can just be somewhere near here every day, to the lows of the range of the first hour, 2 hours of the day, right? And of course, we're trading in the morning. Like, dude, when we're trading this in the morning, I get it. It looks like this. Okay, let's fucking go. All right, I get that, right? This is why you do this long enough. You trade reversals long enough. You sell at the price targets long enough. You understand where these new shitty traders are. Not new shitty traders, all the new and old shitty traders, right? All the unprofitable traders who can't help but trade impulsively. They only buy in these areas. There's only so many areas to, like, what's everyone trading? You know what I mean? Like, what are the setups? I don't know. I'm trying to learn on YouTube what's going on. And all it is breakouts of shit. And the dip buys are just random. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I'll use the EMA and this and then dip buy here. No, man. For me, it's got to be. So what I'm trying to say is when we're printing the first candles of the day, this is why yesterday's action matters. And the day before's action matters. You know, this is why trading every day matters. Like being present every day. It doesn't have to be every day, all day, but getting to your charts at the end of the day and seeing how they moved and from where and how. Every day is going to tell you a lot. On the big volume tickers, if it's a lot of volume, there's algorithms, there's HFTs. I've noticed those work in patterns too. That's why I was saying, like, let's watch kind of the midday breakdown and stuff like that, because the pattern for a lot of the year has been like, let's hold that and run it. This was a little bit different too, because this was a failed morning spike first. It wasn't a morning spike that was strong and held strong. That was also my other objection on trying to buy an overnight or to get the afternoon trade on INVO, is that this specific pattern, okay, would have needed to look more like this being the open, if this makes sense to you guys. This little ditty right here fucked with this pattern for me, all right? Yeah, it did, certainly. Okay, we've been seeing the morning faders fade. We've been seeing them get stuffed at, we've been seeing this pattern, you guys, not reverse until like down here somewhere at like 11 o'clock at hold a buck and then do it or something like that. 12 o'clock, if that makes sense. All right. But either way, all I'm trying to say is that when we start printing these first thing in the morning, we go like this. You're like, oh yeah, fucking duh, right? There's low, there's high. The problem is that that's not what we come into the market with. We come into the market like that, right? But then it's the same thing. We've marked our levels, on INVO. We marked our levels pre-market like we should have. Well, we would have been able to had we been here doing pre-market together, We didn't even get to trade the open on this today, so it is what it is. By the way, if there's ever a day where I show up to the market at that point in time, I don't trade for that whole day most of the time, or at least to the afternoon. I'm not going to come in and try to trade something that morning. Biggest losses have come that way. Literally from just trading stuff because I wasn't ready to trade. I didn't see what happened the first open, like if you don't see what they did with it in the open and you haven't been watching price action, you're not going to be better at trading price action on that ticker later. You know what I mean? You guys know what I'm trying to say? You guys who have trading for a while also understand when you trade something, when you trade it in the morning, you're getting a feel for how it's moving, and what they're doing with it. So if you didn't see the morning action and you just get to the chart, there's a lot of context you're missing from just watching. It's weird.
Yeah, you can see the candles.
How they move, everything. They print at the end of the day. It's fine. But in real time, okay? But either way, that's why we frame this. And then in my mind, and this is why I say it takes some creativity. The long game, to me, there's not just some, like a lot of creativity, in terms of what I'm doing with this in my mind is projecting what this is going to continue to look like as this chart prints candle after candle after candle, right? And then mix that with price action. Then I got to find good risk reward within it and execute, okay? So in other words, here's how I frame these. If I have conviction that it's going to be strong and it fades and I'm playing a reversal off lows, you're fine. This is, ultimately, and gap and crop reversal lately, again, first 15 minutes has not been something I've been playing. So I've actually this is not something that I probably would have bought this morning, By the time this candle printed, they halted down too, right? They halted down. We've seen that too. We've been seeing that too, though. That's nice. It's nice. The daily sucks, correct, which we've already gone over. All right. It's 2:30, right? Eastern. So power hours in a half hour, right? Throwing me off. So right specifically now is when I would be looking for, if I hadn't already taken it, but I'd be looking for overnight or afternoon push. On INVO, it'd be definitely, at this point, I'd be working $1.25, all right? And this probably should have taken place earlier, if anything, if I wanted it, which I don't. I don't want it. The reason I don't want it is this. It's just not in a place. It's not in a place on the daily chart that makes sense for me to want to be overnight. And if I don't want to be overnight, Oh, another key thing. Look at the daily chart too, just like this, and look what the daily candle looks like. All right. It's another thing. Not just the 1, the 5 minute, the 15. You know, we got one. One's like intraday's like, okay, holding some levels, perking up, right? 5, same sort of thing. 15. Big fade this morning from their spike, obviously, but still semi-attractive to me, honestly. We're just looking at this, right? And then it's like, oh yeah, but there's a macro here, right? What's the macro? All of these people at any point are the people that caused what you saw along with shorts, and then it has its own trading action today. People dip buying it today. Let's see what they do with it. But it's not a day in the pattern that makes the most sense for me to buy for now. Okay. That being said, I look at that daily too, and I say to myself, if this were to catch a squeeze in the next 2 hours or in the next hour and a half, if this were, in other words, there are shorts here, there are shorts in this, right? A lot of them. They're going to hit backside too, like what they deem to be backside. So they're going to short this at, there's someone who's waiting to short this at VWAP. There's someone who's waiting to short it at VWAP using like $1.56 as their risk, you know, dumb shit like that. Same with up to $1.80 and 2. You know what I mean? So they're going to be people who are short this risk in VWAP. Okay, guys? So that's the whole point of the patterns to me these days. And if, which I'm not buying this, okay? I have to keep telling myself that, myself included. I forget if I sit and look at a 1 minute chart enough what the fucking macro is here, which is, oh yeah, the daily still says don't buy it. And that's way more important than the 1 minute chart to me, okay? And then whether or not the trade works, whether or not I'm wrong and this spikes is fucking irrelevant over time to me. Okay? The only thing I'd ask myself is, oh, is there a pattern here I need to see? Is this going to turn into a fucking breakout? Okay? These are the creative questions I start asking myself too during times like this. Which to me, it's just not the thing here. Okay? As much as I believe in their products and stuff. And we know that they're going to save the world's vaginas. Okay. But pattern-wise, the idea for afternoon trades is this, though, still. If I can find spots like this, now this is not, yeah. If I can find spots like this, the idea for the overnight is that I still have to get good risk reward, so I have an afternoon trade, right? Big drawn out reversal. This is 5 minute chart now, right? One leg down, one more leg down, and then a little hold here decently, you know? Don't worry about the daily. Let's just worry about if I want it to be overnight. If I really wanted to trade this, okay? Same thing. High a day, VWAP, okay? High day, VWAP, get good risk reward. I'd probably be, I mean, you could work these lows. I could work these lows if I wanted. Okay. Again, my goal would probably be through VWAP or to VWAP. Is that VWAP right there? Yeah. If we're talking to VWAP, I'm chasing. If I'm using this as risk, if we're talking about low a day, everything up here technically to VWAP, I'm like 1-to-1. So I'm going to play this if I'm looking for more. If I have 1-to-1 risk, okay, to VWAP, and I'm playing, and you see me playing that, it's usually because in my head, I'm seeing something more like that, okay? Does that make sense? It's not so much VWAP in my head, okay? I'd love it to always be perfect like that, but I could work it like that and nitpick. But if I've got $1.25 and an LOD is $1.12, $1.13, That's pretty good range, actually. It's not as, sorry, this isn't as straightforward, but the idea is anyways, hopefully, get good, decent risk reward here. Get this chain reaction of squeeze I was talking about. A lot of shorts cover into the afternoon. A lot of shorts do not like to hold overnight. There are fees that are involved and there's risk involved. What if this company PRs again, you know, and gap up $5 or some crazy shit tomorrow, okay? I noticed there's naturally on some of these tickers going to be some buying pressure the last hour of the day naturally. Unless it's just in the middle of a fade, like it, in other words, if it's by its highs going into kind of going into power hour and starts to fade, I usually look at that like that's probably going to fade all the way into the close. Okay. But if we're the opposite, it's already faded all midday and now it looks like it's turning back to the upside. Generally speaking, look at it like we're at least going to probably get a VWAP push, probably push this level 2 of 155 and stop out some shorts and take some more liquidity to the other way, right? And if that's the case, then I'm playing that game again where I'll have some multiple targets and I'm trying to size out. It's the same as the morning trades, same as any reversal trade for me. These are still the principles that guide them and make it work for me over time, is that I get to do that and then I still have set price targets, right? If that makes sense. And then here's the idea. So if I want to have an overnight trade on a ticker, this is the kind of entry that I need, if this makes sense. And then what I would rather see this do is grind, kind of break through VWAP and start to grind up towards the close. And then I have a 10, 15, 20, 25% cushion on my position, right? And I've locked in, hopefully. So the trade's been de-risked, money's in the bank. I have some shares overnight. I'm up on them 20%. If it gaps down 50% tomorrow, I still make money, right? Which is what I try very consciously these days to make a theme with all the strategies that I'm trading at any given time. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Put myself in a very advantageous position, a positional place, a very key spot in which we're seeing a big picture turn, you know, be it from an algorithm or HFT or just the price action itself and market makers or whatever, combination of everything, right? Giving myself that room to make mistakes along the way and still make money. It's too fucking cutthroat of an environment to be trading in areas that don't give you that sort of potential and margin of error and kind of friendliness to your mistakes, I guess you could say, right? Do you know how many times I cut and on my trades and I go back 5 minutes later and it's, you know, I was so close to the bottom, right? And it is the bottom. It's just not going to go lower. It's not going red today, you know? So often. That doesn't mean I don't cut it. I always still cut it where I think the low is and I was supposed to cut. We talked about that, you know? That's what's been maintaining my shit over this year specifically, because it's been hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold. And the only way I can really gauge the cold times are when my trades stop working like that. And I'm like, oh shit, it stopped working, you know? Take a loss, essentially. So. Questions for you guys now. Let's open it up.
I got two that I wrote down earlier. First one would be what I hired myself doing pretty much ever since I started following you, which is just kind of the way that I figured out how to buy dips. And it's like same like catching the falling knife sort of thing, where, you know, like if I'm going to take my entry, I want it to be on that red candle as it's pulling, rather than maybe it's like the next little green candle. I'm still having the same risk, but I like a lot of times I end up just missing an entry that I wanted because I'm so like stubborn about the way I want that perfect entry. So it's would you say as long as you know on the chart where you're trying to risk, the price or like area where you're entering is somewhat arbitrary? Like obviously you don't want to be flying way high, you know, in that little range, but you know, as long as you're close to the risk that in like that risk reward that you want, you get to just kind of throw your order out in that area, even if it's like a market buy or whatever. Like, is that just
I know
kind
what
of
you mean.
ridiculous?
No, I know exactly what you mean. I try to be as precise as the price action allows me to get the shares that I want. And then with the risk that I want. As long as I'm controlling that, and because they're so low risk, and just the way that I trade, my trading style, in terms of sizing, I've never really, how do I say this? It's kind of just a, sorry. This is what I was kind of trying to talk about earlier this week. That yes, I want to be precise, but exactly what you said is within like within. This is what I was trying to say is like as long as I'm still getting good RR, enough. Yeah, it doesn't have to. I'm doing my best. If I really see a low, the second that for me, the second the thought that the bottom's in, these days I want to wait. Like just actually maybe not tomorrow or maybe not Monday after what I saw today and Thursday. Definitely Monday because you know Mondays I want to let things shake. But no, I know what you're saying. As long as I'm staying within that realm, what I was trying to say is I always start with a minimum amount of risk for myself, anyways. That the precision of I don't know how to explain it other than I'm always having less risk than I would imagine I would want. And because of that, market orders. Market orders I use. I want to sell all my shares. Don't care what, I gotta cut it. The second I take a position, ready to do.
You typically do limit orders on your entries if you can. You don't really care either way, right?
You guys see me every day throw combinations. Okay, I'll be on the bid with like an iceberg order. I'll be trying to get some there if I want, and hitting a market order at the same time. And then I might take the ask too sometimes. You know what I mean? As long as it's as long as the buys are not fucking this up for me, and it gets into my region, I start getting shares there. Now, I of course have like a maximum amount of shares I would like to get to and stuff, based off conviction of the setups and markets. But it's definitely, maybe it could be way more of a science. The important part about size for me is that when the time comes, the setup's there, the markets are there, I have to size up my risk, which is always, even then, way less than I would say my max risk. That makes sense. Like if I had A+ market today, A+, everything, sector momentum, and you said, what would your max risk be across your account if you did your thing? In other words, you know what that looks like, right? Where I have like 7 stocks, big size. I'd say probably like 5 to 10 grand. I'd be comfortable losing. Okay, maybe 10 grand. But then if you saw the risk, if you saw the trades I actually took across the sector and the risk levels, you'd be like, damn, you're only risking like 3K. I rarely get up to the level of this, and it's maybe something I really need to work on.
Yeah.
And lower A, cotton cover versus,
We'll have to go back and watch it. I don't remember specifically.
you're like.
It was fucking important though, for
Yeah,
sure.
you're saying something.
Yeah.
Like risk to reward.
It was important.
You get a risk to reward.
Oh, dude, you know, you got it all pretty much.
Yeah.
Seriously, man. The macro, the players, the risk reward, buy low, sell high, the art of it. That is the art of it. And then it's really the art of the risk mitigation to me. And through that process for me has led to, like, not only is when you're minimizing your downside, you're just maximizing upside every time. You know what I mean? It's crazy. And if these tickers continue to do what they do, which is go low to high a couple times a day, with range, there's so much fucking money to be made next year if you're doing it right. If you understand how this dynamic, the shorts, the longs, good longs, good shorts. And this is what, this is coming, where we're talking about the pattern, what we were exactly kind of talking about too. Yes, patterns are important, I'm not saying they're not. But the most important pattern to me is this. What's that first range of the day at? Give me the range, let me work with that range. Don't buy up here ever, for me. You know, don't buy up here, ever. Where's the risk, where's the reward? It's inverse, always down here. Even if, so like, say I was buying INVO down here today, it's not a terrible fucking idea. In my book, it's not a terrible trade. You know why? You're at least, at the end of the day, what was the low a day? At least you were buying it by that spot. You know what I'm trying to say here? Do you? Let me know at home, please. This is really important. If probably the most important thing that you can imagine is that all these little entries and trade ideas are random. In my eyes, man. Even these ones that bounce, there's a lot of randomness to it. But there's also a lot of rhyme and reason to it too, once you understand the macros going on, right? So you understand what the companies are trying to do, you can predict PRs, that's fucking crazy, man. You know, so like, what I'm trying to say is the lens at which we look at everything. The creativity is what led to all my strategies. I had to be creative because everyone was telling me to do the opposite of what I'm doing. That makes you a contrarian. I didn't even know the shit at the time. It made sense to me that, whoa, like all these things I was discovering on this journey to buy fucking low and sell high were the main roadblocks to me becoming successful as a trader were other humans telling me what to do in the first place. You know what I mean? So, and of course my human instincts, which had to be rewired. And are constantly being rewired, right? What's up?
Okay, so what you're saying is over and over to put ourselves into a position where, like, okay, for example, JAGX, I was watching the original guide and we were talking about JAGX and so I was just like, I'm just gonna take a look and see where it's at right now, because I've seen it. I was looking through dilution tracker, so it was on the left, like it was all the way down at the bottom, so I guess it had like gained and then it lost some percentage. So I took a look at it and it was kind of like at a 26 cents, which was kind of like at a bottom, and 25, 26. So I mean, if like opportunities like that, if we just kind of catch it, and it was like it had done one of these where it was kind of like at a support level.
Mm-hmm.
So I went ahead and I put in a bid and I bought it, and I let it go for like a I think till the end of the day or the following day. So it had gone up I think to like 29 cents, and then I sold it, and then it the following day, like the next day, it like did another, like it went up to like 32 cents or something. So, like, if the reverse had happened, maybe it failed and it went lower. Like, little losses, like as long as I'm making a plan, like if it went to like 23 cents or something, I mean, as long as we're putting ourselves in a position, like even if you take a little bit of a loss, like over and over and over, like maybe, just keep being in the right place at the right time, like eventually you'll get a winner. Is that what you're like, trying to get us to
Yes,
you know?
yes. And then the key is though to whittle away all the dumb stocks you trade though. You know, this is.
So,
You also need to pick stocks. Okay, that's which is also in and of itself a process for me. You know what I mean? Like, again, I'm not trying to just dip by random shit. That's not
I've
gonna
done
move.
that. I did that with WeWorks.
It's okay. It's okay. It's
But I'm not a
okay.
Sharpie.
But no, we're not trying to. I'm trying to put my money in the most, in a stock that has the most potential to move with range, predictably to where I'd like it to move to. Okay, that's it. And so it has to be volatile. Okay, that's why I trade low floats. That's why I trade reverse splits. That's why everything I've done for the last 7 years has been designed to figure out what's moving next. The second I realized that that was a thing, guys, I don't know if that makes sense to you. The second I realized, oh shit, I can use this information and find something. The second I realized that I need to be like Sherlock up in this bitch and use the clues that this stock has given me, not even Sherlock, basic ass Sherlock, you know, like basic clues, and not even solving like homicides and shit. We're talking really basic clues, like Blue's Clues, the show.
I was thinking that.
Right? That's how fucking simple the clues are for us to follow, you guys. You know what I mean?
So the one thing that gave me the conviction to buy it is I found it, I think like during, like pre-market, and I started watching it, so when the market opened, I was just kind of waiting for it to kind of turn green a little bit, and then when it looked like it was, holding a support, that's when I went ahead and bought it. But if it had gone, like I said, if it was from 20, I got it at 26 cents. So if it had gone down to 24 cents or something and I cut it, I mean, as long as I'm cutting.
No, that's great. No, it's absolutely magnificent. If you guys, and then over time, the idea is that we need to get our money to the right place. All right? What's the right place? What's going to move tomorrow? What's going to move tomorrow? Well, how do we find that shit, right? That's what everything's about. That's what process is for. That's why I'm always thinking, okay, how are the markets? How's small cap? How are they relating to each other right now? All right, that's like first step one of process. Step two of process, once we get into small cap, it's like, okay, what price ranges are running? Is it splits? Are they bottom bouncers? Or is it $2 biotechs going to 10? All that stuff. We take what the stock has, and again, all I'll do is break it apart into its own little pieces. Sector, price range, time of day of move, fundamentals, check out the fundamentals, okay? And whatever's the most similar to today's runner, tomorrow morning on my scan, will get my most attention. Does that make sense? In the most basic form. Sometimes it's too fucking easy. Sometimes, for weeks, every day, I get to my scan in the morning, I know what's gonna run or not run the most. It's very predictable until it's not, okay? So it's also a moving target. It's also something that you're gonna work on, but you guys all want to get to the point where every day, when you get to your skin at the end of the day, the 2 or 3 or 4 stocks that you were watching were also the most volatile that day. Had the most range to the upside and downside and upside, okay? That's where you want. You want to be finding how to put your money in stocks that are going to move a lot for me this morning. In the time frame you want to trade it, and then be done with it. Fucking gone, done. The stock's done forever. See ya. See you next year. You know what I mean? Or see ya if it's a super big parabolic in 3 days, right? See ya in 3 days for the first green day bounce. CDIO today, for example. LIFW this week, okay? Okay? CDIO, little gimme this morning if you've traded it. LIFW, more than a gimme. Brandon made 10 G's on this week. B. Hanna. Congrats to B. Hanna, by the way. I don't know if he's listening or not, but much love, brother. Funny times. Like, what is going on in life right now? All right. So look at that. Amazing first green day there. You know? What's that? Oh, we're on DT. Oopsies. Thanks, buddy.
So Roland,
Yes.
I got an MRAI this morning.
Speak up, too, so they can hear you.
The what?
Can you speak up louder? I can't hear you.
I got an MRI this morning
Mm-hmm.
at .6298. My my risk was low day, which was .55.
Mm-hmm.
I got 300 shares. I sold the first 200 when it hit VWAP at .7094.
Hold on 1 second. You did what? Hold on.
I did,
I got you. Okay.
So,
Yeah, what'd you buy it? 62?
like
62?
6298.
6298? 63?
And
Okay.
I was gonna get earlier, but
That's
I
all right.
had a little change in my
Uh-huh.
charting and stuff,
Gotcha.
so I took a little bit longer to
Yep.
get in. So I got 300 shares, I sold 200 at .7094, and then I put my lines, and I hold all the way, and I sold the last 100 at .8398.
Holy shit, that's amazing.
Nice.
That's fucking. That is what I'm fucking talking about.
Well, I learned from
How'd that feel? That feel good? It didn't hurt, right? You had a plan.
No, I know, and I followed, like.
And you
the thing
followed
that
a plan.
told me yesterday from Jan that I
Uh-huh.
was so mad about.
Yeah, you fucked Jan up yesterday, and this is exactly what we're talking about. You're actually picking stocks, right? This is exactly what we're talking about. You know what I mean? You're picking stocks, right? But this time you had a plan, and you let the plan happen.
I know.
That's phenomenal, to me. That's one of your better traits, knowing you in terms of everything about it. How did it feel, right?
That's good.
Felt good.
Yeah. And I wasn't, and the good thing was that it was consolidating in that, I had my support and my resistance line, so it was staying there, and I wasn't freaking out,
Yep.
and I had my, I already had made some profit, because I cut at the VWAP.
Yep.
And so everything was just, if I would lose, I would lose, like, $5 or something like that. I mean,
No, that is beautiful. It is. It's beautiful. Only if I had to give any critique, it may have gave us a little time to get better risk reward a little bit.
Correct, yeah.
Maybe a little bit better entry off the morning range, but that's it. That's my only critique. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I
And
agree with you.
and again, but even where you're buying it, like look from a macro, from pre-market highs to this area, where you're buying it. It's amazing. It's an amazing area. It's not perfect, but you don't have to be perfect. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? So, huge difference one day, huge difference. Because yesterday where'd you buy Jan yesterday? Oh, I got it. Yeah. 40 cents. You bought it at 40 cents, right? You sold at 42 cents. And then I saw tears welling. I saw them welling. And that's why I'm like, you picked the right stock. It's great. Now you've done it twice in a row and and this is where it's fucking at, you guys. For me, this is where it's at. Come up with a plan. Stick to the plan. If that plan didn't work, you did it. So, and here's what would happen, honestly. If you've had to get stopped out there, maybe the plan didn't work properly and then you got stopped, and it were me, I'd go back and say exactly what I still said anyway, which is could probably get a little bit better entry, okay? Which is great, right? But also you're picking good stocks right now. This is what I was talking about, just being in the ballpark, but being in the ballpark is not enough. Not even in the ballpark. On Jan, you were like you were like VIP booth, like you were like, you know what I mean? But you didn't have a plan. And because you didn't have a plan for where to sell it when it works, and the way you got into it in the first place was too willy-nilly. So you were actually too fearful that you were about to have a dumb loss, and then you got bailed out, and that's why you just took it off, because it felt like a real win, you know? Not that. That's amazing. That's amazing. So bottle that shit up. Bottle up the feeling of that. That's how a good trade feels. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Bottle that shit up. If the trade doesn't feel like that again, it's okay. Not all, you know, it's not always like that. But it should feel something like that. And if it's not that, all it is you cut your loss quickly. That's easy, you know? If you get that through your head, that the second I cut my loss, my attention is going to go to hopefully somewhere where I don't have to cut my loss, you know? Okay? So that's amazing. I'm really proud because that was yesterday, you know, and to take the information and then today and see that happen. And the best part is you're going to roll with this. So next trade, you do a plan, and then you're going to execute it, and maybe tomorrow's trade doesn't work. And then you're going to say, okay, do I need to change my plans, or did it not just work? Is the pattern relevant? Then you get to ask questions like that. Not like, what the fuck is wrong with me? Right? Not what's wrong with me, or I should have done this, or I could have made so much money. No, fuck that. Right? You were wrong where you bought it and sold it. You were right. You just didn't maximize the trade without a plan. So even better for you is that even when you're fucking up, you're buying good spots. You know what I mean? So you're not taking big ass dumb losses, you know, even if that trade didn't work. So it's awesome. It's fucking awesome. That makes me very, very happy. That's just step one. Bottle it up. That's what it feels like to have a good trade. Control trade. The plan worked. You know, the plan worked. And now you're going to just hopefully have that kind of context behind all your trades. You'll see, you know what? If there's no plan, there's no trade. Because even if I make money from the trade, it's not going to teach me a good lesson. And then if I don't make money on the trade, more importantly, and this trade gets out of hand, it could be really bad, right? And so even then, margin of error, right? If you're playing lows or at or near what you deem to be low enough on the chart, even if you suck at cutting losses, that's a way better place to suck at cutting losses. You know what I'm trying to say? It gives you and I'm not saying it gives you the excuse to not cut losses there. You still want to do exactly what I said, which is keep risk reward, maintain the integrity of that over time, of your risk reward profiles on your trades by cutting where you need to cut, right? That extra penny, 5 pennies, 3 pennies slippage diminishes risk reward a lot. So you do that. Okay.
Been a good entry in
MRAI? What do you mean? It was great.
I know, but like.
What do you mean? Anything closer to low day would be a better than entry than yours. Oh shit. It's true. That's all I mean. That's all I meant. That's all I meant is that morning range, the range was established. And if I was only using VWAP as my target and I'm buying it at like 62, 63 cents, if I'm using VWAP, even if I'm using high a day and I got 629 and I'm using high a day at 7.1, all right. Do you see what I'm saying? I am actually too low of day at 63 cents, less than 1 reward to my 1. Does that make sense? About 1 to 1, less than that though. Okay. That is where that came in for me. All right. Does that make sense? Because it lingered around long enough. It formed a base long enough that I can tell you if I were working the base, if I were working this trade, 55, 56, 57, you know, 55, 56, 57, I'd be living up in it. These lows down here, right? I would be building the position the second I deemed this to be, and I kind of deemed it that earlier, but I just didn't trust anything right now. Because we didn't get to watch the fucking open. Okay. That was a big part of the deal for me this morning. I don't know what it looked like down there. I can tell you that obviously in retrospect, it looks great, but that's it. You know, that's it to me that's my critique. Okay. If I had liquidity on this swing right now, oh my goodness. I don't. Okay.
Is that the LCM?
No, it's the liquid split that I've been in for a long time that I mentioned in the webinar. Okay. And I shan't mention now. All right, y'all. Let's do okay, we're going to do Q&A from home for 15 minutes and then I'm going to end the home stream. Unless there are 100 eggplant emojis commented right now. It has to be 100. If there are 100 eggplant emojis, I'll stay till market close, but it's got to be 100. Y'all can count. Nope, just 100 eggplants, but I doubt they'll be able to pull off such a feat. Okay. It'd be impressive. Okay, let's see here. Maybe they don't even give us the option, huh? They don't. That sucks. I guess the little spherical happy cone. Oh, what the hell? Kind of would be the same idea, right? Even maybe more accurate than just an eggplant. Okay. The chat just go. Okay. Gerard, dude? Yeah, he's the man. I love that guy.
Take an extra like that. 5 year presentation, then I'll do another red candle with all of that.
Because that's the whole point, you guys. The whole point on the reversals, there's a point of maximum fear. That's what happens. It's a point of maximum fear where all the people who were like holding on for dear life and like holding and hoping capitulate. That's the bottom. Every time. You know what I mean? So. Yeah, no problem, Rocky. I'll definitely do that. I'll definitely get one of those out. No, what's going on there? That doesn't count. Yeah, I have, if you want to join the pack, yeah, we're doing, I think we announced it earlier, our Black Friday sale or whatever. It's not up on social media and stuff yet or anywhere, but we're doing our biggest sale that we can possibly do. And the coupon code is what? BF40? Something like that. Should be BF69, but it's not. It's BF40. Okay. Sorry, 1 second, y'all. Okay. How does a 2.5 million float stock trade 68 million volume and not go to 100 plus? If it's true that supply and demand moves markets with barely any dilution, what's happening behind the chart to stop the real move, unreal moves? That is what you call algorithmic trading in my eyes. Every time I see that, I've been talking about this for a really, really long time. Right? It's the question I've been asking myself. I was asking myself for a long time last year. You know? And then the answer becomes apparent when you look at what they do and how it trades that much volume and why. I believe it's the companies that are running offerings on these things, even though just because there's not a lot of dilution does not mean that they can't or wouldn't want to run an algo to make sure that they can go ahead and get rid of that dilution. It doesn't have to be super toxic or hundreds and hundreds of millions of shares, you know? But that's what it is to me. I've asked myself the same question over and over and over until the answer became apparent, which is, look, they run the volume through highs. They run the volume through lows. It's being ran. It's being walked. It's being ran up and down. They trap. They make all the apparent patterns to humans look super fucking tasty, long and short, and then they fuck everyone. Seriously, the computers, that's what they're doing in my eyes. That's the lens I trade from. Them, the shorts, where they are, they fuck up moves too. You know, so that's why I sell in those areas. And as long as I'm doing that, who fucking cares what the computers are doing? If I'm buying low enough and selling high enough, that's all I got to do, guys. Right? Who cares? But I know, especially with this being the case, for sure, unequivocally, I got to trade near lows as much as I fucking can. Just lows, guys, like pre-market lows, low a day, you know, and then be creative, understand they're setting up levels. They're breaking them down. Wait for them to break down. They trap. That's the moment of best buy, is sometimes when it's breaking its new low. Just like the best fucking short on these things is the second it breaks through high day. So many times, guys. Even, I mean, look at MRI, guys. Right fucking now, what just happened? Look at that. Shit. Okay? Since we've been talking and stuff even, you know? This went back through the pre-market highs before, but then look at it get slapped up there. You know what I mean? Oh, right? This guy. This guy. You know? So fucking blind and stupid, these people. If you're buying into highs, this is just what you are. You're impulsive, you know, and you're seeing the totally wrong side. So, anyways, you guys kind of understand that dynamic? Look at the volume here, guys. Look at that volume. Okay? Right here. Look at that fucking volume. It's not a joke. Someone probably dumped some shit there. I don't know. Okay? Let's peep some scans really fast. What's that? He hit $1 million this week? Stop.
Next ago.
Yeah, he had a 6-figure trade. I guess, yeah, I thought he did too, but that's fucking phenomenal. That's so fucking cool, guys. He is, I really want to get his story to you because he is a phenomenal person with an amazing story, you know? And he's just super, he's just a great dude, so. I know, right? No, I'll take him like career or some shit.
How long has he been trading, you know?
A while.
Yeah.
Oops. That's where I'm at, right? Yeah, there he is. Sorry, I only have one screen to deal with, so it's hard to kind of see all my stuff. There they are. There's the degens. Oh, Tanner, that definitely doesn't count. No, he hit $1 million for the year, guys. Not million. He's been at I was going to say he's hit $1 million this year. Dude, Brian, man. That's so sick, dude. That's so fucking unbelievable, man. There's no one better in the game. Like, there's no student who's nicer. He's so nice. You met Brian, right? Did you get to meet Brian? Did you ever meet? I don't think you met Brian. He's just like, and he's a good looking dude. He's well spoken. He's older, but he's good looking, super fit. I don't know. I don't know what his true age is. He doesn't look whatever it is. But anyways, congrats, dude. Fucking so awesome, man. Big time. Big time. Yeah, I'm telling you, if we get these markets next year, and then if we can just continue to get anything like what we got this year, so I'm telling you, some of you are going to have one of those years where your life changes. You know, I got the goosebumps right now. It's a very specific thing that happens where you're like, oh my God, I have so much money in my trading account. What the fuck just happened to me? I'm serious. It's not like, it's not lucky, you know, it's not like one trade either. There will be one trade where they're like, oh my God, I've never done that, made that much money. But then also the next trade and the next, you're like, oh my, then it stops being a thing. It just turns into a different numbers wise game. Don't know how to explain it, but so fucking cool, man. So awesome. Okay. Damn, 6-figure week. I think he had a 6-figure trade this year too. One of his trades was also a 6-figure trade this year. So I really want to get his story to you. Hopefully me and Brian can sit down one day and chop it up for you guys and get you his story. And it's so cool. Smash the like for Brian. $1 million on the year. Smash that fucking like for him, man. It's so awesome. Nothing makes me happier. Tell you what.
He made 6 figures this week alone.
Yeah. So they're like, he crossed $1 million. I'm like, he's been crossed $1 million. He crossed $1 million this year again. He made $1 million this fucking year, man. Shit.
I think you shared a little bit of his story one time, a year ago or something. It sounds pretty crazy.
Yeah, I mean, he survived cancer.
Yeah.
And he was trading from chemo. He sent me a picture with him. Like, he was in the pack. The pack was small at the time. Really small at the time. It's still small, but really small at the time, you know? CXAI, yeah, he did 6 figures on CXAI. One trade. Yeah, dude's got it all in my book. You know? He's got kind of a southern accent, but he's like handsome. Yeah. Sorry. What can I say? So fucking cool. Okay. He's all long. Most of the people, well, almost all my students are all long. You know, I have students who short too, obviously. And I have quite a few students who short, but it's people come to me to learn how to long, not short. Marcus said my biggest problem, even though I'm green on my P&L, is that I'm trading too much with level 2 instead of a good plan. I get you, buddy. I know, and I know what you mean. It's trading price action, trading the tape. It's all right. I want to be looking at tape in certain areas. That's how I look at it, you know? And I already kind of framed that out for you guys, what that means. If we're getting up near highs, I don't fucking care about tape and trying to enter a stock. If we're down by lows, I'm watching the tape as a tool. You know what I mean? The rest of the time, I don't fucking care about the tape. Does that make sense? I don't fucking care about the tape at all the rest of the time. If it's in between, because I don't want to take the position anyways, if I don't have a position, right? The only time I care is when it's getting to a level where it's time for me to take profits. So I watch the tape when I'm watching for the reversal, I'm watching the tape. When I'm taking profits into profit targets, I'm watching the tape. When it gets to high a day and it's breaking through high a day and I have to make a move, I'm watching the tape. You know, when it gets back down to risk, I'm watching the tape. That's when I care about it more. It's not that I'm not watching it all day and aware of what's going on. It's that I don't want to give that part of my process too much weight until it's time to give it weight. If that makes sense. I could sit and trade level 2 and tape all fucking day if I wanted, you know, and probably do okay scalping and doing some shit. But I've also watched enough of it to know that it's mostly fuckery most of the time, you know? And if it's like a NASDAQ that is trading heavy volume with algorithms and it's doing hundreds of millions of shares in the morning, I'm not getting too much of that at those levels anyways when it's fucking hundreds of millions of shares. Now, what I will get is a sense or sometimes the gut idea of what I'm seeing, soaking, you know, see a flurry of green prints, tons of green prints, stock's not going anywhere. Stock's not going anywhere, right? There's something there. Why is that? Like that was a fuckload of aggressive buying, okay? Not like my, you know, it's color coded on my tape and stuff like that. So when I'm watching people hitting the ask and jumping the ask and then it's not moving, then I'll say it's soaking and I'll give it some sort of attention, if that makes sense. Same through lows when I'm watching for that trap, when I'm watching for that short trap through lows, when I pick that like midday level or whatever that I want to see them break to see if they're going to trap. That level 2, man, that's also where I'm watching it. And I'm watching for the opposite. I'm watching for like aggressive selling to be bought up quickly, you know? Let's see what else we got. Can I do a total dilution tracker tutorial? Yeah, totally. For YouTube, I'll do one. I can't do one right now. But I can tell you that I plug almost every ticker that I trade into this thing. Put the ticker in, use it to see the dilution. These are all pretty freaking accurate most of the time. I also use this to find any splits. This is big time too, guys. Huge. This will tell you your vote's approved. You'll probably come in here. A lot of these tickers, bottom bouncers you're trading are about to split. Look. Speak of the fucking devil, right? Look, there they are. They've already done their thing. They already know they're going to do a 5 for 20 at some point. also known as the good old 1 to 4. Anyways, they've got, so we know they're doing that. We don't know when, but look, we got MDXH, AMTD, AEY, HYMC, and PRE are all going to be splitting here soon, next few days. And then here are all the recent completed splits. So that this is a big deal too. I use this for so much, so much. Yep. They'll tell you that they're going to split, correct. Okay. But yeah, Marcus, dude, no problem with reading tape. Just combine, it's where you're reading it and what you're reading into, you know, and what you're looking for. You'll often find, I find myself finding things in tape if I'm looking for something in tape too sometimes. So, I think it's just, I think the plan is just as important. I think the macro is the most important first, the big picture idea. That's where the plan's going to live and die originally, you know, from a big, if I don't like it from big picture, I shouldn't be trading it small picture. Okay. Perfect example would be something like today, right? On what's it called? INVO. Y'all too. If we're gonna go open Q&A into the close, because when is the close? 30 minutes. There's a split that I'm in right now that's a liquid, and I have too many shares, and I'm up like 20 something G's right now, and I can't sell it. I mean, I could, but I'm not gonna. And I can't say it either, because that is what pumping is. Not a fucking pump. Can I talk about CDIO for today's bounce? Yeah, it was fine. It was a decent first green day. That's all. We were talking about this one yesterday. You know, decent first green day. Nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy. I was expecting maybe a little bit more out of it, to be honest. Okay. But maybe it needed some more fade even to get to really, you know, that was a pretty big push back towards about where I would think, you know, the bounce would go. So there's not too much to it. Just a decent first green day. We'll see what they do with it tomorrow. It was funky on the way up, you know, but they came from 20 cents. And I always just tell myself that when I look at something like this, that there's still a ton of downside, if that makes sense. What scanner am I using? That is Scans, SCANZ. All the software I use, dilution tracker, I've got affiliate links in the down in the description. All that just goes back into the pack and making it better for my students. So it's not like whatever. I don't care about affiliate shit. How far back would a reverse split stay relevant to you? As long as they haven't pumped or done a lot of volume, you know, or spiked big, they'll stay relevant to me until they need it, you know. Generally speaking, 15 to 20 days at this point is when it comes off my active watch and goes on to a secondary watch. 10 days is that magic number where they got to hold a buck for 10 days. So 10 to 15 days, essentially, is about where I start to lose interest, but it doesn't mean it can't spike, right? Will this be recorded and uploaded on your YouTube channel? Yeah, the second this is done, I'll make it public for you guys to watch, to rewatch, all right? Could I easily buy and sell 100K shares with MRAI today? I don't know what you mean by that. Like liquidity-wise? Yes. I don't know about easily get them and sell them, but yeah, I believe so. If I wanted to accumulate, yeah, it'd be doable. But look at this now, guys. Holy shit, right? You know? Oh, remember fucking Billy up here? Huh? Billy, no. Never got, you know? Fucking Billy. Don't be Billy. You sell to Billy, right? These levels we sell into and out of, you know, as we're getting, you'll see me sell into the price target. I'll sell 85 market order. It goes to 86, 87. I'll sell market order there. Like that is where you just sell. That was the best place to market order for me. You know, I'll get some good prices up there and my market sells up there. You guys see me do that. You'll see when we get to levels, you'll see me hit it market order sells. And then if you're looking at my chart during the live webinars, you'll see the little sell icon orders come up on my chart higher. I'll set limit orders, not too many, but I'll set a few limit orders higher. I'll hit market order. Like everyone says, no market. Fuck you, man. I'm going to sell some shares here and I'm not going to dick around and not get filled and then have to have an algo jumping in front of me to fill their bullshit. And I'm not getting filled. Now I got to cancel this and fucking do that and do that. No, if I want to sell, I sell. That's why I market order sell if I have to cut my losses. I don't want to be like, oh, I didn't get the limit on my sell and now that's 5 cent slippage or 10, 20 cent slippage. I'd rather hit the market, take the slippage myself, the 2 cent slippage myself. Does that make sense? You know? As opposed to dick around with my order, I got 10, 15, 20 cent slippage now. Now risk reward went from 1 to 5 to 1 to 2 to 0 to nothing. You know, like it's terrible. So that's how I feel. Look at this though, you know, you want to be this happy. You want to be me and you. You want to be mujeres, right? Guess who sold to Billy today? Mujeres sold to Billy. That's wolf shit right there. That's a lady wolf, right? Fucking beware the lady wolves, right? So cool, right? You think about how cool that is, that you were Billy. So good. Anyways, DRCT is being pumped in my YouTube chat right now. Who knows what I'm supposed to do with this? Nothing. Sell if you got them. Absolutely nothing. Absolutely jack shit, you know? It's great. Makes me happy. Did they PR? I'll tell you right now. 2.8 float, 10Q, earnings, disgusting.
Price target raised.
So even more disgustinger. As of November 7th, there were 3 million share, 2.993 million shares of Class A common stock. It's earnings. Non-dilutive. Baby shelf restriction on their shelf at the moment. Floats 3. It says shares outstanding is 14. Okay. That being said, I could have not done this. Okay. What do I mean not done this? I mean, I could have not gone to dilution chart because I'm not fucking trading this up here. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? That's what I mean by I didn't even need to do that because there ain't no trade for me up here at all, right? At all, personally, right? Where's Bill at? Look at good old Billy. There's Billy. He's back. He's doing it again. Here we go. Let's try this one. Maybe this one's gonna fucking work this time, and you know. Oh God. Oh no. The psychology in this of this chart right now is it's just like unadulterated hopes and dreams are about to be shattered, you know, through like this high, perfect high daybreak. This is the only logical place when I started trading to have bought this stock, right? I'm serious, by the way. That is the only logical place when and this is why, guess what? We got new traders every single day. We got new traders in this webinar right now. Who like, they're going to fucking, hopefully not in this webinar, but oh, look at that. Billy's shitting himself. Right? Billy just shat himself, cut, and it's going to rip, right? Or he's going to hold and hope, and then that will reset the cycle. If it works, it's going to put a bad habit up in his that he may never overcome, or she, right? Billy. So funny. Like the psychology of that is so fucked, guys. You know what I mean? This is what I like. I don't have to convince any of you. Hopefully I'm convincing someone at home, you know? Like, that's why chats suck, by the way, just to let you know. Not to dog on anyone who's like DRCT right now and getting excited, right? First of all, if you go in most chats where you're not allowed to ask questions and shit, you know, it's like tickers only. You're watching a bunch of people pumping the stock they're in is essentially all you're going to see all fucking day. If someone's talking about a stock, it's because that's what they're watching and probably trading, you guys. You know what I mean? They need to remind everyone all fucking day that there's this stock that they're in is still moving. Fucking crazy, okay? So when I'm in a stock, when I'm on Twitter, when I'm on YouTube, Instagram, any chat room, and I see someone mention a ticker, they're pumping it to me. You know what I mean? Even if they're like trying to show everyone, oh, look at this. It's usually because that's the one they're watching it in. Just a thought. Chats suck for getting ideas, in my opinion. What got a $15 price target? DRCT. You know who does the price targets, by the way? Do you know who does that? The price targets? Same people dumping. You know that? Did you guys fucking know HC Wainwright puts like $20 price targets on tickers while they're dumping on them? You didn't know that? Oldest trick in the book, the price target. Are you shitting me? I've not seen one ticker go to one of those price targets ever. They're pumps. It's part of the pump, man. It's part of to fuck us. Oh, this institutional bank has a price target of $20. This is a 50-cent stock? You don't think that brings in your fucking the dumb everyday? I know it does. You know why? Do you know why I know it brings in noobs? It brought me in. I used to be like fucking whoo, $20 price target. This is a $3 stock. Do you know how much money that is? You do the math. That's $17 a share. Oh, they're dumping the same company that just said what this price target is. When you're buying it, is just dumping on you at like, oh, if that's their price target, why are they selling it at $2 a share? Right? I hope this makes sense. Smash the like. Okay, that's that. So there's no trade there for me, but it's good to see. When did that reverse? Smack dab midday when it's pushing towards new lows, right? Max fear, I guess. Double bottom, and that was it. So it's not ignore it for me. I'm not saying just fucking ignore. I'm saying that there's just the trade's gone completely. Okay? Billy. He got excited there too. Billy added there. Billy added. Oh, Billy. Right. Billy added. Sykes bought his weekend buy, 379. What, DRCT? Has to be, right? That's right, Lando. No trade up here, buddy. Questions, you guys?
When you enter a stock, is your goal to get as close as possible to the low of day or as close as possible to the previous support?
Low day.
Low day.
Yeah, as low as I can get, guys. If I can be lows, one higher low, if I can be in that region.
Would you make an exception to that, going into power hour?
Yeah. Yeah, then if we're going into power hour, I'm looking for a reversal on a stronger stock. It doesn't have to necessarily be at low a day. I'm still going to kind of use that idea, like let's let it break down and see if it traps here. And that's pretty much that entry I'm looking for now. You know what I mean? I'm watching for that moment where it's breaking lows and it's breaking lows and it's breaking lows again. The cleaner the level they set to, the better on those. The cleaner the level, you see the level, shorts see the level, everyone sees the level, all the stops are there. When it's super clear, that's when I'm most interested, you know? Because the shorts are like, will definitely also be like, look how clear this shit is. It's going to panic big time. You know what I mean? They're ready to hit it. They're like, stops will be taken. I need to hit it. And when stops are taken, and shorts are shorting, selling there, and it holds, that's that moment. And sometimes those, especially like, that's why the morning reversals can be great when those are fruitful, because it can get violent really fast. That's when the bounce can happen fast, that chain reaction we're talking about. So that's when you see like even the halt down and then the halts up. It's like, that's just all everyone getting fucked there. So.
Well, I have a question.
Am I tired? I'm exhausted just listening. Yeah, I'm fucking tired, guys. Yeah.
I have a question about stock selection. You kind of went over it a little bit earlier, but I think that's one of the things I struggle with the most still at pre-market is, I can go through my scan, I can look at these stocks, I can put them up all on my charts, but like a lot of the times I still find myself taking a trade on a stock that ends up just being an all-day fader. Rather than, these MRAIs, the INBSs, which like today, I did have a little bit of a shift, just sitting here watching. I didn't have any intention of trading anything, but just watching it, I was like, this looks like a great trade. Whether it was INBS because it was dipping back to like the kind of 15-minute trend line, or MRAI because it was just going sideways at that low. But when I'm like home alone, I get so like zoomed in on one thing.
Yeah.
So how could I go from, choosing to like trade these stocks that, just end up being these good short setups? You know what I mean? Like I'm just always on the short end. So like at one point I was telling Tanner, I was like, I think I need to be a short seller. Like all the stocks I picked are just great fades. Yeah.
I can relate.
I don't know if it's something I'm missing in the scan, or if it's that, you know, the night before, I'm not going through charts, or if it's like the macro thing that I'm missing. That's like the one thing I've been trying to focus on a little bit more, is getting a better grip of the macro stuff. I've been listening to,
Yeah.
you know, all that stuff like attentively when you're talking about
Yeah.
it. It's still a little bit over my head, but
Yeah.
I'm getting a little closer, I feel like.
It's one of those years, it's always been like this, but it's one of those years that has been perfect example right now, right? Let's go through a perfect example of this together. It's not just you, in other words, right? Who struggles with this. But let's hit, what was yesterday's? Sorry, something BS shit. What's the penny stock bouncer yesterday?
IMBS.
That's close. Right? Yesterday, fucking early reversal off the early morning support and rip, right? Pretty much all day. And then today we get to TCOM. Similar float, similar pre-market action. I think it got a little more extended, personally, than we saw on IMBS the previous day, pre-market, because it's up from 15 to 45 at one point. And then, actually, early morning reversal there too, off of the first kind of support again, and just got stuffed in the VWAP this time. You know what I mean? So that's where, like, if the previous day I played IMBS, I would have only maybe taken off a tenth in a VWAP, or like a, you know what I'm saying? Like a quarter in a VWAP, and I'd be wrong and I'd have to cut.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So like, it's not, don't beat yourself up too much over it. You know, there's always gonna be these ebbs and flows of picking the right ones and not picking the right ones and being too early. Dip buying, being a contrarian. If you read that book, by the way, that first chapter,
Really good.
if you read the first chapter of that book, they mention the dangers in it too. I'm like, oh my God, this is what happens to me. Seriously.
Yeah, it's a good job.
Like, sometimes I'm too early. Many times I'm too early. I'm looking, you know, you guys see how I scan. I want to be too early. I want to be earlier than everyone. I want to anyways. But it comes with its own set of cons too, which is like, sometimes I'm too early, I get shaken out, the trade doesn't materialize until tomorrow or something, you know, and I was right, but I'm too early. Sector momentum a lot of times, I'll be the first in a sympathy plays and maybe I'm too early.
And I usually wait like 15, 20 minutes, sometimes 30 minutes before I decide to
I
take
think it needs to
something.
be longer right now.
Okay.
And because I think that next week it's gonna be like 15-minute reversals, bro.
Right. Yeah.
I'm serious, I already see it coming.
Yeah.
I mean, look at, if you look at kind of the runners today, yesterday, anything that spiked, it was, you know, the reverse was kind of quick, and, except now I'm like, yeah, it's kind of a mixed bag right now, but this is where it's way more art, less science. The art, the picking of the right ticker, and then understanding, this is the macro which you're already working on. That is the lens in which sometimes you'll be like, it looks great. Hey, that's the same pattern Roland played yesterday, but he didn't touch it for some reason, he didn't like it today. There's usually some kind of macro reason if
That's the thing.
I start laying off a pattern.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So don't beat yourself up, man. You know, especially with the dip buying and the learning of and the shifting of everything that we're trying to do, you're gonna be good, dude. You're gonna be good. That goes for all of you. I mean, you know, she's in JAGX. It's not necessarily the best place to be, but she has to take confidence in the fact that she's creating a plan. She's buying off lows, and all she needs to figure out how to do is do that plan on a stock with more potential tomorrow than the one today. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And for you, if the pattern is that you keep getting stopped out, or you keep dip buying stocks that are all day faders, that's what you gotta kind of figure out, the stock selection. Did you end up in an all day fader and there were 2 or 3 stocks that weren't? Do you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, all the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that is where, okay, we need to kind of tweak it. If you're playing gap and grab reversals in the morning, you're playing all day faders these days, in my eyes.
Okay.
Right out the gate. That's why you haven't seen me dip buying the first 10 minutes of anything recently.
Yeah.
You know? But that could very well shift next week. And Monday, we might be all 10 and 15-minute reversals. And if I see one on Monday, if I see one more of those on Monday, if I see one more 10 and 15-minute reversal, I'll probably try it even and just kind of sell into VWAP or do whatever. But
Does it take you like a day or two to be like, oh, this has shifted?
it takes a day, but sometimes it takes no time at all, like you saw during the shirtless webinar this week.
Okay.
The reason I keep referring to that, y'all want the shirtless webinar on YouTube? We keep referring it to, how many,
1,000 eggplants for that one.
it's not even eggplants we need. Oh, well, let me do it. The Capricorn, the cornucopia of love. Anyways, maybe we'll put that. What I'm alluding to in that webinar was LAFW Monday. We already talked about it. I didn't want to trade. LAFW went totally parabolic. Whenever something's up 500, 600%, something's going to happen somewhere. I need to figure out what that somewhere is and go try to make some money. So we did an impromptu webinar. I am going to put it on YouTube. We'll just put the fucking thing on YouTube, whatever, so you guys can see it too. It'll give you a lot of context into what that switch looks like of going from I'm not trading anything to holy shit, time to trade, dude. Let's find everything I need to put my money somewhere right now. All right? There's a shift that happens, and then there's the opposite shift of that. There's where you see me fucking balls to the wall trading every day, and then for some reason I'm not trading anymore. That's the other shift. Usually that comes from a loss or 2 losses on setups that I've been fruitful on. And that's just my method of saying, let's hold on to this money that we just made our lot. Like, you're going to experience this for yourselves, all of you, hopefully. Some of you will never experience a week of profitability in your life, especially if you're just chasing strength. If you do rewire yourselves and get to start trading weakness and figure out the whole risk reward game and the macro, put everything I said together, you are going to experience crazy ass weeks you never imagined to be possible as a trader. Mark my words, come back to this fucking video and tell me when that day comes, you know, if you're not in the pack. It'll come, and when that day comes, and you're profitable for a week, you're gonna give it all back the next week, or a lot of it, before you realize what's happening. You know, this is what happened to me. Make a lot of money, gave too much back. Like, oh shit changed, I didn't change, right? Then the next time you're gonna make a shit ton of money again, but now the first time you take that loss, you're like, ooh, maybe shit's changing. And you've never even asked yourself that fucking question in your life, okay? And then, after you do this enough times, that recognition, that bit of time between things are hot, things are cold, is faster. And if you watch me, it's not rocket science, man. It's Blue's Clues. It's Blue's Clues. LAFW's up 600%. Something, volume's going somewhere, I need to go figure it out. Right? And then how do I figure out what's going to run next? Fucking Blue's Clues, dude. What is this stock? Oh, it was a reverse split. LAFW? Oh, it's a reverse split. Where did it come from? Oh, $1. What is it? Oh, it's a biotech, right? And then we did the shirtless webinar. So the whole point of that was to show you what that looks like. Okay, I gotta find some stocks to trade. Well, I'm gonna find the sympathy. We found them. We found them easy. You know what I mean? There were quite a few of them that we had to dig through. But not just we found him, he found it by himself. You know? Just by knowing the phenomenon of how it works.
Yeah, and seeing that, like, I remember in the past actually mentioning in the chat that it takes me like a week to feel that turn, and Roland is like a day or less.
Right.
Like, I need to work on that. So this time around, like, I see there's like a single stock that's up this much. It can't just be alone. Like, somebody's gonna go and buy something else. So this, I'm like, just blindly, well, not blindly, but you buy it when it's completely illiquid. But you make that choice because I've seen you do it before so many times, and I know that. Like, and you look at the chart, like, how far down can it go if it doesn't work? And even if it doesn't work with LIFW going so crazy, like, it has to go up just a little bit, maybe it's just a tiny gap up or something, but something's gonna happen. The chance that it's gonna go down in this circumstance is pretty low, or down significantly.
Right.
So.
No, it's beautiful, man. It's beautiful.
Like the Blue's Clues thing, actually now I'm kind of realizing it, was probably a big part of my problem for picking these stocks, is I'm not being like an investigator of them. You know, I'm looking for price action, that's all I'm doing.
Yeah.
I'm so like zoned in on, oh, this is the kind of price action I wanna see in order for me to trade it, and I'm forgetting like, what sector is it, what's the float, you know,
Mhm.
what other stuff has been happening, you know, price range, all of that. That's probably what I need to do more of, is be like, just
No,
digging
probably,
into it.
definitely, man.
Yeah.
If you're not, it's one of the biggest, but that's why we do it, like, that's the point of what I'm trying to do with the mentorship right now, and being so present all the time. To see these little shifts that make me profitable and, or keep money, you know? Or to see the lack of the shift and then watch me then have to react to not shifting right, you know?
Mhm.
And you see what the game is, which is I am trying to shift as fast as I fucking can when I need to. I need to be like a fucking pro blackjack player, like a good poker player, which is when the time comes, all in, rest of the time, minimum bet. You know what I mean? And everything in between, if that makes sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
As the count got better and better and better for me in blackjack, as the count gets better and better and better and better, my bets go higher and higher and higher and higher. And as I'm winning and stuff, you know, the whole thing, it starts to build. And inevitably, as that happens, I also take bigger losses during those times in blackjack too. I pretty much bet trading as I bet blackjack, you know? If the count's okay, I'm risking more than if the count is terrible. Does that make sense?
And are you starting to risk more on all those levels? So like your baseline when things aren't great, say like you used to risk $100 on it, that's like your bottom range, now you're like doing 200, and your top end, like you were saying 5 to 10 grand, now you're gonna do like 20 grand?
Yes, but this year, I've actually been able to take it all the way down to zero. Well, not, there's the no trade, of course.
Mhm.
But I made it my goal to be able to risk $50 again if I want on a trade. That was not that's not been a thing since 2000, since I started. So, you know what I mean? Pretty much
Yeah.
that those kinds of risk levels. So, that's how I look at it. You know, it's not too. You put some macro together, bro, you're gonna see magic, because the skills that we need to be employing these execution ideas and skills and reversal ideas to stocks with potential, the most potential. Where's the volume going today, man? So whenever we're looking at a ticker, right? Whenever we're looking at a ticker, I gotta ask myself, how would this work? Like, what is this compared to what worked yesterday? What does this look like compared to what worked yesterday? You know what I mean? And then sometimes it fucks you up too, because it's not a science, man. These things do whatever the fuck they want. You don't know what the algorithms are trying to do. You don't know what anything's happening, really. You don't know when and where they're actually dumping. They tell you when and where, and they fucking stick to that promise you. They're not dumping, right? Okay. Let me see, what else? If you guys appreciated this stream, the market is now closed, which means that we've been streaming for a really long fucking time. Make sure to smash the like. Make sure to subscribe. We'll catch you Monday. We're going to be doing free pre-market prep. The Black Friday, our Black Friday sale is going through. We're going to run it all the way, I think, through the end of the year. And the coupon code's BF40, I believe. At rwtrades.com, you can use it there. What else, man? Any more questions? We're just gonna keep this rolling until you guys are done with questions. I have a flight at 5 something, so questions for you guys. Last chance, y'all, and I gotta go back to Texas.
In regards to a reverse split before, for like a big picture view, is it important to you before the split? Because I know fundamentally after the split, it's pretty much different.
What's the question?
Like on the daily chart, prior to the split, is it irrelevant to you, or?
Nope, it's all relevant, man.
It's all relevant?
Yep, anything that's on the chart and people are seeing is relevant to me. I know what you mean, because the share structure has changed and all that good stuff. So I get that. Hold on one second. But no. It's so what I would do is, yeah, I would look at all the levels. You know, you will see them react post split. Just remember that it was a different price and a different circumstance at that time. The float was different. Fundamentally, it was a different stock. But you'll see post split stocks react to pre split levels. Yeah, I know what you mean. Good question, actually. Actually, a really good question. I haven't heard that one, maybe ever, which is interesting.
I got a question.
What's up?
I mean, it's very common, anything that you practice, you're gonna eventually get, inevitably you're gonna get better at it. But with us practicing, gap and crap reversals, managing our risk, focusing on risk to reward, over time we're gonna get better at it, but I think there's just more to it than just us practicing it. So some people can practice the same thing over and over again and get nowhere, like I have in trading and certain areas.
Dude. Nope. No, in this case, the problem is what you were practicing. Okay? This, I promise you, the problem is what you're practicing. How many times do we have to illustrate? There's no good trades up there. There's no practicing. There's no anything. See what I'm trying to say right now? You've been practicing something fucking terrible for a really long time. You know what I mean? It's like if all I did is practice how to shoot, like to play soccer backwards. If that makes sense. If I spent the last 20 years training every fucking day for 8 hours, but only running backwards. I don't know. It doesn't even make sense, does it? I know, exactly. You know what I mean? You know what I'm trying to say. Practicing something that does not work over and over again doesn't make it work. Right? You could practice the shit out of it. It doesn't work. So it's not going to get better. You don't get better at something that doesn't fucking work. Fuck. Right? Oh my God. And we're about to go into full rant mode, I guess. And I work with people every fucking day. And they've been doing this, exactly what you said. I've been doing this, 10 years you've been trying to make that shit work. Right? That's why, because it doesn't fucking work, man. That's what I'm convinced of. And anyone saying it works is just, that's all they got. It's fucking lazy and didn't work for them, I promise. They're just teaching it to you because it's the only thing to teach that makes sense to people for some reason. Well, not for some reason, it feeds the easy impulse bullshit that I was talking about. It feeds your basic impulses. The same impulses that marketers all throughout our space try to take advantage of. That need for money, the alerts, the free, easy algorithm shit feeds that. They know that y'all don't want to work that hard. You know what I mean? So in other words, everyone in this space, they try to go long. They buy breakouts. Doesn't fucking work. Some of them do it for however fucking long. And then they blame the stocks and they blame the market makers and they blame everyone except for themselves that they didn't figure out how to buy these things lower and sell them higher. Because that's all you have to do to make money, really. You know what I mean? But come on. How many times every single day do we go through this where we put Billy, I remind you, that's Billy, don't be Billy. And then look at the charts at the end of the day. There's a new Billy every day too. And then Billy's gone. See you later. Okay. So in other words, I know exactly what you mean, man. Like some people, it's not just practice. You've been practicing forever. But again, you can't make something work that doesn't work just by practicing it more. Right? Come to me in 6 months after you've been trading reversals for 6 months time and seen 6 months of reversals. Come to me then. If you're not even a little bit better at that, then we'll sit down and have a real discussion. You know what I mean? Well, we're going to do one-on-ones and shit anyway, so you're not going to have to worry about that shit, bro. We're going to have discussions anyways, right? But, yep.
Is it just not enough reversals for me to really get a good amount of practice in, To me, the markets are slow right now, so it's just like, I'm seeing the reversals. I've traded quite a few of them since I went to Miami in August. It's just like I'm not seeing enough opportunity so I can just throw myself in and keep trying over and over and over again every single day to the point I'm like, okay, I got it down pat. And that's because we're in a slow market. So in my opinion, so I feel like once it picks up, like it was before, back in 2020, 21, maybe 22, I'll get better at it. So I tell myself, like, right now, slow, maybe next year I might pick up, just keep practicing, keep preparing. I just feel like,
You got to give it time, man. You just are building a foundation for the first time in like 10 years, dude. You know what I mean? You are. So you got to be patient. But that being said, you don't have to be that fucking patient. It's not. It should start working pretty decently. You know, the longer you start doing it, if you're focused and disciplined, and you have, and then if the markets give it to us too. It's not been the easiest. The reversals, this idea of that I employ. It's not. Again, it's not just magic. But I've been watching this point in the chart for entries for 7 fucking years, dude. Now. 6 years, whatever. I've been watching this point. I've been watching weakness in the morning to find good risk reward for that long. The whole time you guys have been chasing fucking Billy, and the whole time that you guys have been doing that, stuck in that realm, I've not even been looking at, I've only been selling there. Do you understand that? So like, there's a lot to undo. There's a lot to unpack in what you think is right and wrong, but there's also not. It's fucking easy, dude. If you can really settle into it and settle into the fact that I'm not buying all the bullshit all day, all the higher lows and the cup and handles and the ascending wedges and the descending breaks and the head and shoulders and the cock and balls and all the shit. You know what I mean? If you get away from all that, you figure out how to buy these things low off support, when support breaks and holds, bear traps, man, you're buying spots that are always the potential low with always the most potential reward. I don't care what the fuck anyone says, you know? People can justify their entries all they fucking want to me. If it's show me the track record, show me that it works for you over time from a risk reward standpoint, and convince me, man. Not in a 2020 market. Everyone made money in 2020. Didn't matter what the fucking pattern was. If you bought a breakout and then just never sold it, you made money. If you bought the breakout and it didn't work and it dipped and they did an offering and then you added to it, you made even more money the next week. Okay? If it went lower the next week and you doubled and tripled down, fuck, you're a millionaire in like 3 weeks. This thing's going to the moon. That was how stocks worked back then. Not even close to that anymore. Different realm. All those people are fucking gone. Factually, or here with us, like, you know, trying to figure it out finally. Like, oh, I didn't know shit. Or they started a YouTube channel and they're copying other people and just like, so, fuck. All right. That's it. Thank you guys so much for joining me at home. Again, if you got something from the stream, smash the like. Go back and watch the webinar from Monday. Go back and watch some of the live trading webinars. I saw some people complaining like you always fucking do if I don't buy some stocks on the stream. And that's perfectly fine. You know, you'll learn one day that real trading doesn't mean you trade every day. Period. And then you'll be able to go back. If you want to see some of my live trades, go back and watch ones where there are live trades. But my students watch me every fucking day. I do this every day so they see the days I don't trade. And the days I trade, they get to not just see me get alerts from me or nonsense like that, but actually watch the whole trade in real time unfold with unadulterated commentary. I literally just speak my heart and brain and just blabber on these things, you know? And I'm getting good at not fucking caring who's on the other end of that microphone and just say what I feel and trade how I do without you, so that you get to see that actual process organically unfold, undeniably, timestamps on the fucking cell. So you see like this guy isn't just like, it's not bullshit. When I say I'm sizing out, you get to see it. You get to match it up, you know, and it's fucking awesome, man. You know, I love what's happened this year. Next year we're gonna do less of these. We're only gonna do, I think, 5 is gonna be the plan. So every 2 months, basically. We're gonna hit both coasts and Middle America, and that's pretty much it. So that's it. Thank you guys so much for joining me on the stream again. Black Friday sales launched, BF40 on rwtrades.com for all the stuff coming up. Love you all. We'll get this reposted. I'm going to spend the next 20 or 30 minutes giving the actual secrets of trading to just the people who are here. So we'll catch you guys. Stay safe. Have a